I, Himanshu Verma, faculty in speech pathology, and Dr. Sunita Devi, faculty in rehabilitation psychology at the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, extend a very warm welcome to everyone present here. Thank you for joining us today for the National Conference on the Community Model in Rehabilitation 2024.
We are very excited to have you here. This will be an opportunity for us to learn about developing national, regional and international strategy for advancing community-based rehabilitation facilities for people with disabilities through the sharing and exchange of information on most recent advancement in the field among experts from across the nation and show us the path to future journey. Now I would like all the dignitaries to come on the stage. I would like to invite our director, sir, Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, sir. We'll welcome, sir. I would request Dr. Shravan Reddy, HOD, sir, please come on the dais. Dr. Ganesh, sir, HOD, CPM. Shri Srinivaslu sir, HOD Dale Department. Shri Darshat Chaudhary sir, HOD Rehabilitation Psychology. I would request Dr. Ambari, the program convener. And I request Dr. Yatinder sir, program coordinator for this national conference. And now, without further ado, let's start the conference with invoking the God's blessings by lighting the lamp. I would request Nancy. Sir, I would request all the dignitaries to.
Thank you, all the dignitaries. Now we have a student of SCCS for invocation song. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much for such a beautiful, mesmerizing performance, Kavya and group. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Yatindra sir, faculty in physiotherapy, to share a brief about the two-day national conference. I welcome you, sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and passionate advocates for rehabilitation. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the National Conference on Community Models in Rehabilitation, which is taking place on this 29th August 2024. We are gathered here today and will continue our discussions tomorrow to explore, share, advance our understanding of community-based approaches in rehabilitation. About our institution, National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disability, formerly known as National Institute for Mentally Handicapped, which was established in the year 1984 at Mano Vikas Nagar, Secunderabad. It is an autonomous body under administrative control of Department of Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, Divyanjan, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. NIPID is dedicated to providing quality services to persons with intellectual disabilities in the national interest, and the training programs are offered at gradual scale from certificate programs to master level programs. Like we have diploma courses, DED, DVR and DCSC, and we have graduation courses, BEd in special education, and masters, we have masters in special education and MPhil in rehab psychology. The institute conducts international and national level conferences, seminars and workshops on persons with intellectual disabilities in partnership with leading voluntary organizations and parent associations. The services to be provided at our centers include identification, screening, assessment and delivery of services, and training of local resources persons and supply of training material to the needy persons. The institute focuses on quality in every aspect of its functioning to bring equality and dignity in the lives of persons with intellectual disabilities. And about our conference, rehabilitation professions plays a critical role in the promotion, maintenance, and restoration of abilities in people with disabilities. During pandemics, there is a global tendency towards refocusing rehabilitation services away from institutional settings and towards family and community-based settings. Catering to the requirements of society and those with disabilities is something that rehabilitation specialists are being asked to fulfill with increasing frequency of. To raise the standard of services offered to those with disabilities, rehabilitation professionals must update their knowledge. Researchers have defined the community-based models as a framework that aims to foster aliens' capacity to realize their goals and foster true community membership. These objectives are met through a partnership between the professional and their client, which emphasizes client's power and de-emphasizes the professional's influence. As a result, client and family autonomy is valued more highly than a worker's direct to prescription of interventions and goals. Individual clients' requirements and goals are taken into account when providing services, and those needs are met holistically rather than piecemeal. The conference will assist in developing national, regional, and international strategies for advancing community-based rehabilitation facilities for people with disabilities through sharing and exchange of information on the most recent advancements in the field among experts from across the nation. This conference is more than just gathering of professionals. It's a testament to our shared commitment to improving lives and fostering independence for those undergoing rehabilitation. It's an opportunity to network, share knowledge, and force collaboration that will drive our field forward. I encourage each of you to actively participate, challenge assumptions, and contribute your unique perspectives. The insights gained and the connections made here have the potential to shape our policies, influence practices, and ultimately enhance the quality of our life for countless individuals in need of rehabilitation services. Thank you for your dedication to this crucial area of healthcare. Let's make the most of these 2 days, inspire, innovative, and pave the way for a more inclusive and effective approach to rehabilitation. I hereby declare the National Conference on Community Models and Rehabilitation officially open. May our discussion be fruitful and impact lasting. Thank you and enjoy the conference. Looking forward to a wonderful learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the brief. Now I would like to invite our respected Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director for the inaugural address. I'll welcome you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you and a very hearty welcome to NIPIT. It's very heartening to see a lot of young people, young professionals actually in this hall today. And the aim is more directed towards them apart from learning from our experienced colleagues, experienced professionals who have been working in the area of rehabilitation of person with disabilities. As you all see, the conference is about community models, you know. And when we talk about community models, for that matter, anything, the only thing which is constant is change. So as we see, in fact, having been working in this field for more than 2 decades now, we see there has been a very constant change in the way we approach and we actually go about the rehabilitation through the community model. So it is very important that, and secondly, we as professionals are all working with our own, innovativeness and trying to create newer models to actually try and reach and actually meet the demands of the PWDs in the community. So when actually we, through our, intellectual discussions or when through meetings during conferences and other places, we see that there have been very, very many innovative ways in which people are approaching, which are actually meeting to the requirements of the day. So we thought actually there is a need that we need to hold a conference where we can create a platform where all the people who have been very wonderfully and successfully working in trying to reach out to this PWDs come here, share their best practices, and thereby we learn from each other and take it forward. Here I would like to say that at NIPIT we actually constantly endeavor to keep on changing and trying to adapt to the requirements. So as part of this, we see that even at NIPIT in the past 2 decades there has been enormous changes in our approach to community models. If you see, we have been doing this community-based programs extensively throughout the country. In fact, if you see, our community models or our community approach includes, first is prevention, then early intervention, then actually creating a sort of an infrastructure for them to get proper rehabilitation, and obviously then getting them into the mainstream. Yesterday we had a big conclave where we had participants from across the country, about 240 participants here, where we could actually try and discuss, deliberate, and also try and devise futuristic models or vision for how to actually create employment, how to create an accessible platform for person with disabilities. It was a very successful model. In fact, we had people coming who actually have seen the worst of their lives in terms of hopelessness. From that stage, how they have actually mitigated these challenges and how they have been successful role models for PWDs. Apart from that, we had a lot of placements, we had a lot of other programs which we actually could do. So the point here is, yesterday's again deliberations were about learning from each other. We had so many organizations coming together, be it Youth for Job, be it American Indian Foundation, and be it so many corporates, who actually are willing actually and trying to spell out what their actually requirements are in terms of the placements. Similarly, what we anticipate and what we look forward from this conference is learning from each other's experience. So coming to NIPIT and how we have been doing it, you see the early intervention models, what we actually have come up, say about more than 2 decades back. We have started a program on postgraduate diploma on early intervention and also an MSc early intervention. And at that time, it actually looked, how will it take off and what will it be? Today, early intervention has become the buzzword. In fact, it has actually now percolated even to the rural communities and even NGOs actually taking up. And as how many people know about the district early intervention centers? Raise your hand. See, the district early intervention centers which have been set up under RBSK by Ministry of Health is again a brainchild of NIPIT. So the point is, what we are trying to do is create models. And how do you create models? By anticipating the need in the community. Initially when we did this early intervention, what we did was we actually funded 17 NGOs. Okay, and we actually gave them the technical support as well as the manpower support, and we initiated that, and we found that a very successful model. But again, the percolation of the health department, health ministry is much more into the community than the rehabilitation, where now actually we are actually trying to reach out more through our CRCs and our regional centers apart from the national institutes. So it's very heartening that the Ministry of Health has taken it up and they have set up the DEICs. And today in more than 50% of the districts, DEICs are doing an excellent job. And they're obviously trying, we actually are trying to reach out to them and try and give them more, technical support in making them really, wonderful organizations at the district level. So again, coming to community models, see nowadays what is happening is technology is the buzzword, and India has a huge population. So how do we reach? Now we actually have a very big dearth of, professionals. So we again at NIPED in collaboration with a lot of actually like-minded people and NGOs now are coming up with IT-based solutions. And it will be very heartening. In fact, we have called all those people whom we are working with here, and they will be making a presentation, and it will be a wonderful learning experience. And we are working on all areas, including the, assessment, online assessment of SLD, online assessment of, autism, and even intervention, not just the assessment, intervention also. And also we are trying to draw up the IEP programs, because if you see in the rural villages, there are, in fact, when I recently, what talk about rural, even in the urban areas, I went to an organization in Vizag where they have 200 ID children. And I was amazed to see there are only 2 special educators. And these 2 special educators are one who have never even done a CRE program in last 5, 6 years. And this is the state of our special schools which are being funded by government in urban centers like Vishakhapatnam. So the point is there is an acute need of actually, digitalizing and standardizing the formats, standardizing the IEPs, standardizing the assessment formats. So we thought, we have come up actually, how many people know about J Vakil? With J Vakil, we have worked and we have provided them the technical consultancy. And now J Vakil has created an IEP model, which is a very successful model now and being implemented in more than 450 schools there. And actually the advantage of these is, the special educator has got not much to, tingle with the IEP model. Everything is fed into that. There's a questionnaire. He actually sets up the individual needs, individual status of the client through his assessment, and obviously a automated IEP comes. And another best part about that is actually sitting here we know how many schools are having how many students, how many children have actually have their IEPs, individual IEPs. They all can be monitored centrally. So this is how when you want to reach out to the community, earlier it was that you have to actually go into the community. You have to go physically, draw people, and many a times you organize community programs and many people can't attend those programs on your slated dates. So we actually, through IT, through enabling through IT, we are trying to reach out to people. Likewise, we have been working on other areas also. And another model what recently NIPED has done, which again is not a recent model, which again is an outcome of a research. Earlier when we wanted to reach into the community, we understand that we can't be there every time. We can go there, create awareness, sensitize the professionals, sensitize the local stakeholders and come back. But how much will the local stakeholders, how much the local, including the Asha and Anganwadi workers, would actually take forward after our programs there? So, and we also have seen many a time that most of the PWDs, especially the severe and profound people, they don't actually come to the center-based services. So we have created another system, in fact a model where we started the home-based services in Hyderabad. This we started more than about 10-15 years back, and we found it a successful model. But again, you see the type of infrastructure, the type of manpower what is required in actually going into the community on a daily basis or periodical basis, because we do the assessment. There are severe and profound who can't move out of their houses. So they need periodical, sort of support at their respective places. So we actually have collaborated with one organization called Hans Foundation, and we started this in the NCR area, where we have 3 buses which actually go into the community, and we have about 11 professionals in each bus, which includes 2 medical doctors and 1 clinical psychologist, 1 special educator, 1 OT, PT, speech, including a, audiology room, which can be used for your assessment. So this bus itself and all this infrastructure for running one bus per annum is about 1.2 crores, and the initial cost is about 1 crore. So the first year the cost was about 2 crores. Likewise, initially we started with one bus and we found it a very successful model, and we started having places, designated places announced in advance where we would be coming, and we started working with the community and every stakeholder, including the respective state governments, PHCs, NGOs. So we tell them, okay, our bus is coming, we give all the services, you actually try and mobilize these people. And it's not just the assessment, we are giving them a holistic, services there, including provision of aids and appliances where this PWD is required. So this is another model which actually we found it very successful. Now I'm very happy to inform you that from one bus we made it to 3 buses in Delhi NCR, and now we have started in Mumbai, we started in Kolkata. And why we are talking about metros is, if you see, most of the population is in the suburbs, and the village is limited number, but you don't have any statistics, and the most of the mobility is in the urban centers. And sometimes if you see, they go to some organization, they may not get the whole specialized services. Like an NGOs, you see, it is very difficult for them to hire an OT and a speech. Mostly they have a special educator, and sometimes clinical psychologist or clinical psychologist getting by an NGO, a moderate NGO I'm talking about, not one with substantial financial resources or support from some sources. So what we are trying to do is, we are actually going, we are networking with them, and now we are planning to expand. Now we are going even to Lucknow, we are going to Guwahati, Northeast. Now we are expanding on a day, on the basis. So the point is, this is another model of reaching. So point is, what I am trying to drive home the point is, there is no one way, one short model and the model. There can be multiple models. There can be multiple ways in which we can reach out. And how we reach out, how we actually try and meet the local requirements is what is a challenge for all of us sitting here as professionals. So I'm very sure this program will actually bring out the very best of the people. In fact, we had wonderful reception and wonderful response to our program, and due to space shortage and other things, we had to limit. And also the papers, the type of people who are presenting papers. We have a lot of breakout sessions also to accommodate as many people as possible. But notwithstanding, and I'm very sure this will be a wonderful experience for all of us here. And before I conclude, I would like to state that, in fact, there have been certain changes. We have invited a secretary, sir, to be here and bless us with his presence here. But again, in fact, I too need to rush to Delhi now because we have a meeting with our Honorable Minister, sir. So quite our senior people couldn't be here, but notwithstanding, their blessings are always with us, and I'm very sure this will be a very enriching experience for all of us. Once again, welcome you all to NIPID, and look forward for very well-meaning, educative, and knowledgeable interaction and discussions. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and dedicatedly showing us the light and way. And it is not possible without your able guidance and visionary leadership that back to back we are having some or the other program. Yesterday only we have finished with the 2 days national conclave to empower persons with a disability and how we can make them a productive and effective part of the society. Thank you so much. We are indeed very grateful for your guidance and able leadership, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Srinivasulu, sir, HOD, Department of Adult Independent Living. Thank you, sir, for being here, and we would look forward to hear from sir.
Good morning, respected directors, sir, heads of the department, faculties, professionals, and students. The main objectives of community rehabilitation is serving the needy stakeholders right from health, education, skilling, employment, and sustainability of livelihood programs to reach the unreached population. So with this scenario, government made so many programs in our country. So the main important program to the rehabilitation professionals is the community-based inclusive development programs. So as part of that, Rehabilitation of Council of India and University of Melbourne conducting a unique program, that is a CBID program. So this program we are conducting in our institute. It's a 6 months program, joint collaboration with the University of Melbourne. So the main purpose of this program is, sorry, my voice is not that much clear, please understand. So the rehabilitation services to the needy stakeholders with respect to all this kind of screening and identification programs, orientation programs to the grassroots level workers. So the grassroots level workers, in the sense, till 2015, actually we used to hear ASHA, Anganwadi, CDPOs, MRWs, multi-rehabilitation workers, and other professionals. But the need of CBID professionals, community-based inclusive development professionals, we are calling it as a Divyanga Mitras. So we are developing this Divyanga Mitras throughout the country. At present, the CBID professionals are training in the 14 centers from the autonomous bodies of the ministry, DEPWD, Government of India. So once they trained, they can go to the remote areas and conduct this kind of programs to the all stakeholders of the population. And one more thing, very recently we had undertaken one research study with the support of our director, sir, in 3 states, Telangana and Rajasthan, Punjab. With the support of CRCs, we are undertaking a study in remote areas, especially villages and slum areas. So for the target population of different PWDs, for availing the rehabilitation services from the government and NGOs. So the main purpose of this program is the awareness about the Government of India schemes. There are 30 schemes available from the DEPWD and the autonomous body Government of India. So most of the professionals are available about 5 to 10 schemes only. So I can call it the main purpose of the benefits from the schemes are UDID, the aids and appliances programs from the ADIP scheme, then health insurance provision from the Niramaya, then skill development training program from PM Daksh, and other programs. But the ultimate goal, we have to reach to the unreached populations among all these noted schemes, and some more hidden schemes we have to reach. So that is the one thing missing component from all these kind of things. So you are the right persons as a professionals. So with this kind of national conference programs, the awareness will be improved so that the stakeholders will benefit from this kind of workshops, seminars and conference in future. So we are expecting a positive result and outcome from this kind of conferences to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing what all we are doing at NIPID to rehabilitate and do the community rehabilitation of persons with intellectual disability. Indeed, it's my privilege and I'm honored to work in such a beautiful organization who is constantly giving the light to the society and making a just and happy society, inclusive society. Thank you all my senior colleagues and director, sir, for being here. And now I would request our director, sir, to release the conference proceedings, sir.
Thanks to Director Sir and all the dignitaries. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sunita to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm humbled and privileged at the same time to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, my deepest thanks to our Secretary Sir, Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, who is always encouraging us for taking up research and academic activities and reach out to the masses, and accepting the proposal to organize this 2 days national conference. Then my sincere thanks to our Joint Secretary Sir, Shri Rajiv Sharma, Sir, for being a source of support of all our programs. Thank you, sir. Although they have not couldn't make it because of their busy schedule, but their best wishes are with us. Thank you for being there all the time. Thank you all the faculties and staff for all the support and all the resource persons and delegates present here. Thank you so much, our director, sir, for constantly giving us motivation and support to organize such programs frequently. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to media and press which cover this event and make it more accessible to people. I extend my thanks to all, each and everyone present here, all my staff, my faculty, all the people who are behind us constantly working and making this event a success. I'm looking forward for 2 days wonderful learning experience here. Thank you for being here. Now I would request everyone to stand for the for Jan Gan Man Rashtriya Gan. I would request everyone. Then we will start the proceedings for the national conference for 2 days. Jai Hind. Thank you everyone. You can take a seat. And now we will start the scientific proceedings shortly. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries to present here and guide us. Now we'll break for the tea and then we will start the scientific session. So I would request everyone to have a cup of tea and coffee so that we can have lots of energy for our scientific. Only 10 minutes so that we can start the sessions.
Good morning, everyone. We will be having a tea break. After tea break, we will start with the scientific session. Tea will be ready within 10 minutes, so you can just take a break. Yeah, take a break. Tea is available outside. After tea break, everyone please assemble back as soon as possible so that we can start with our sessions. Thank you. And one more announcement, those who are doing the presentations in the afternoon, as per the schedule attached, we have given the schedule of presentations. Those who are doing presentations, you have to send the presentations to our email. We will display the email ID just on the screen so that you can send that to that email. Thank you.
of NCC MR 2024 Day 1. We are delighted to inform you that we have 3 very informational and empowering talks lined up for all of you. So requesting all of you to stay attentive and be the curious learners that we all are. Before we begin, I would like to call on stage Dr. Amrita Sahai, Assistant Professor in Clinical Psychology, Department of Clinical Psychology, Center of Excellence, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, Delhi, to chair the session. She was a senior faculty at NIPIT with over 2 decades of experience in her field. It is an honor to have you, ma'am. Can you please grace the stage? Thank you, ma'am. Our first presenter for the day is Cognitive Vortex, Hyderabad. Cognitive Vortex will be presenting a paper on artificial intelligence for autism intervention. Cognitive Vortex is a company which provides AI-powered assistive technology for children with autism disorders. The company offers an AI-powered e-learning platform for children to augment therapy and keep children with home-based activities between sessions. Cognitive Vortex provides a unique gamified learning environment where the child's progress can be tracked and measured by the therapist remotely, and timely feedback is provided. So it is our honor to call upon Cognitive Vortex on stage to present their.
Can we start? Yes, sir. Hello all, good morning. Today we are here on behalf of Cognitive Botics home-based learning platform. I'm Shweta Ravindran. I'm a board certified behavior analyst who is certified from the BACB board from the US. And I have my colleague Dr. Arun. Sir,
Myself, Dr. Arun. I'm a doctor in clinical psychology, also taking lectures at SPICAR as well as different other organizations like THPI, and consulting Cognitive Robotics on the project which they are doing it for the children with autism. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. So, to give you an introduction about Cognitive Botics, so it is a home-based plan which we are aiming to help therapists and therapy centers to provide home-based plans to children, apart from their therapies at home, at the center. So we acknowledge and appreciate the work that the therapists do at the therapy centers, and that is the ideal situation that every child or a parent would want. But sometimes when there is lack of support, lack of therapy centers, and also people who are in rural areas who are not able to access therapy centers as much as they would want to, I think our app would be a ideal bridge for both the therapist and the children. So the agenda for today is we'll see how we work, and also whom we, who are our stakeholders, and the therapies we focus, and also the skills we teach. So we use latest technology to help, technology like artificial intelligence and animation games to help children learn, communicate, and also to become independent in their life. So we use, through the skill acquisition programs that we have designed in the app, we are aiming to do this. And through this, it is going to help all the stakeholders who are supporting the children, the parents, the therapists, therapists from all ends so that we can provide a holistic approach not only based on a singular therapy. So we will see in a little bit detail on how we support therapists. So the therapist or the therapy centers can create home-based plan from our learning objectives. We call the skills as learning objectives. So they can assign learning objectives to children and also through that data is collected. So without data being collected, it is very impossible for us to see if the child has learned the particular skill or not. So every interaction that the child makes with the, on the screen or any poses that the child does through artificial intelligence that we are detecting is captured by the system, so that the therapist can look at the data and come to a conclusion if the child has mastered the skill or if the child has not mastered the skill, what are the other techniques or strategies that the therapist can use in the therapy center, and also suggest the parents on what other strategies they can use at home as well. So we have reports on skill acquisition programs, like I mentioned, the detailed reports we'll see later, and also sessions participated by the child. Are they regular in attending the sessions through our app? And also the therapist can monitor the children's appointments, and also they can also, excuse me, they can also look at, they can, from a therapy center point of view, the admin can organize the platform, organize the, the whole of their platform. Like if they have different therapists, they can add all their therapists, the therapist names, the children who are under the therapist, so that their full database is in this application. So they need not go for a, a hard copy. Everything is there provided for them through our application. For parents, this gives an additional opportunity for them to, practice these skills at home. So for example, I practice with a child as a therapist in the therapy center imitation skills. The same skills I will assign the child at home so that he or she can, practice the skill. So we also have embedded parent trainings so that the parents can, teach their skill, that particular skill outside the platform or outside the therapy center. So how I can embed the imitation skills at home, just sitting, during playtime, just teaching how they can practice imitation skills. And also we have other pre-session activities included for the parents so that they can use those activities to practice with children at home. So this is the page where the child will be able to, and the parent will be viewing. If you can see, there is a daily journal provided also for the parent where they note down, the number of hours that the child has slept the previous day, how was the child mood that day, were there any accidents in terms of, when the child is being toilet trained, are there any medications changed? So these will guide the therapist to understand, okay, maybe this is the reason that the child has not performed this skill, even though that he or she knows the skill. And also, if you can see the appointments that I mentioned earlier, the therapist can add here, which will be helpful. This is a report only for each skill. We will see a detailed report later. So for each skill, we will also be giving a report, a very short report, which will help us understand how they have done. This is the report, overall report, where we include all the skills that the child has been assigned to, so that the parents can visually see the progress. Instead of us verbally telling the parents, visually it will help them understand if they have mastered the skill or not, or if they need more practice. So it is for each particular skill, and also for all the skills that the child has been assigned to will be provided, so that the parent can understand seeing this report, thorough understanding of how the child has performed so far. So coming to the therapies, we focus, as I mentioned earlier, a holistic approach is necessary for the child's development. So we try to focus on behavior therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy. We have trained quality professionals as sir who are guiding us to develop this platform with the lesson plans and everything, so that we are aiming to transform the screen time into growth time. It is something different from, just the child viewing a YouTube channel, or a child viewing rhymes. It is an interactive, two-way communication, so that the child participates and gets feedback from the system if the child is doing right. And through this, we are helping the children to grow and learn in their own pace, so that if the child has not mastered the skill, the therapist can assign the learning objective again. We also use evidence-based strategies that will help the child, such as prompting, so that we are not leaving the child alone just with teaching, giving the support throughout the game or throughout the skill, so that we start from errorlessly teaching the concept to the child to independently waiting for the child to master that skill. So we have covered all the, right from the foundational skills, receptive skills, attending skills, visual perception skills, and pre-academic skills like arithmetic, reading, and also play skills and social skills, so that the child is not only having a rote memory understanding of the skills, the child has a overall understanding of what are the skills to be developed. So the pre-session activities are the activities that are related to occupational therapy, where since occupational therapy involves physical and sensory components, those cannot be incorporated in the application. So it has been provided as a videos where each skill, each learning objective has a pre-session activity, so that the parent can incorporate that at home. So these are the few skills that, from the application I have shown. So right from, we have like 11 skills that we have that the therapist can choose from. So now we'll come to the place where we'll show you how we do this. So we have seen the skills that, what are the skills that we are going to target, but how are we going to do this, with a two-way communication? We use animation games and also AI modules, where the poses of the children are detected in terms of imitation skills or identification of body parts, so that when the child is doing it independently, the system will provide a reinforcement for the child, which will motivate the child to perform the upcoming skills. We also have speech recognition module, where the speech of the child is detected for all the expressive skills, and accordingly the reinforcements are provided. First, let us see a animation game.
Show. Eating. Show. Eating.
So as you might have seen, there are multiple prompts for the child. If the child is not performing that action, the model comes and shows. And also when the child does the correct action, since this is a sample video, we have shown only one action. So if the child does it correctly, the child will get confettis, which act as reinforcements. We also have verbal reinforcements such as praise, like good job, that's right, you have well done, so that the child understands that they have they are trying their best, and they, it will motivate them to perform better.
What is this?
Theodore C. Flower. Theodore C.
Flower. Flower.
Flower.
So this is the speech recognition module where the prompts come as close-up face prompts so that the child can understand and can look at the lip movements to, children who are having trouble with articulation issues, which will help them to look at the lip movement to answer the question correctly. Yeah, that's all I have for today. Let me know if you have any questions that you would like to ask. Yeah, we'll show the demo of this. If it is
Any question or any suggestion, so how we can utilize this app for the benefit of the children with special need?
We have a number of questions here.
So basically this is not any screening or diagnostic tool, it's only an intervention tool.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
So the therapist will assess the child, and the assessment report can be uploaded in the platform. But based on the assessment, the therapist will know the needs of the child, right? So based on that, the therapist can assign these learning objectives or the skills to the child.
So this is only exclusive for autism or any child with
Yes, sir.
neurodiverse?
Any neurodiverse child, we recommend this, because we not only focus on only the basic foundational skills. We also focus on pre-academic skills, social skills, play skills. So it can be used for any neurodiverse child. Sir, please.
And other one thing, madam, so till date, how much data you have done, on what kind of children you have done, in what domains they have improved? You are having any data? So if that is shown to the audience, that was a good impact on your the work you are doing.
We don't have, sir, but sir will be able to.
So like how many children in which domains, like speech domain, cognition,
currently there are 40 children using across Hyderabad in different centers. So at an average of 5 children of each center, as a pilot project we have started, and these children are practicing the speech domain as well as the behavior domains, where the therapist has assigned the LOs, and the children are able to follow those LOs and follow the instructions, and it is slowly in progress. The previous data which we have conducted a research on, so we have seen that there is a 2-point increase in CARS and ISA scores. The scores have improved in the 6 months of intervention. So that data was published in the previous projects here. So that's the reason we didn't include it, but the paper is already been published.
I think you should compare whether they are going only for the independent therapies or they are going with therapies and using your platform also. So that will give a better.
It is a combination of both. Therapies are as well done regularly at the center as they are done. Apart from this, these modules are introduced to the parents to be used at home, so that most of the people with neurodiverse, the parents are very much eager to do something for their children, and most of the therapy centers, not all the therapy centers, most of them don't train the parents how to use or what to do at home. So that's where we are targeting actually. We want the parents to learn from this program and teach their children with neurodiverse problems, so that the children can improve at home also, where parents can contribute to the development of the child as well. That's the idea.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm a speech language pathologist, so I want to like to know basically how you're tackling different phonological aspects, because when you talk about language change, dialect change. You have to look into the dialect, the punctuation got changed, the place of articulation get changed, the manner get changed simultaneously. How you're tackling that? Because that's very important when you're talking about speech and language, phonological aspects.
Absolutely, that's where AI came into the picture, which is helping us a lot when compared to previous terms. Right now, we have certain challenges with respect to phenomes, but apart from phenomes, when they are speaking words or phrases or anything, that is perfectly been picked up with a 98.8% accuracy. And there is a leeway of 10% we are looking into, but phenomes, except for the small cut phenomes, other places we don't have a challenges in speech.
It's basically in which language you have, like is it in Hindi or in English?
It
So-
is in,
So the child content is in English, but the parent training and all the other aspects other than parent training are in multiple languages.
actually parent trainings are in Hindi, Bengali,
Marathi.
Kannada, Marathi, Gujarati, even in other South Indian languages. Apart from that, Spanish and US English, and in Dubai also we have a center. So there it's in Arabic. So we have created modules in different languages as well, but for the child content it's in English as of now. So we are slowly coming up.
The one more thing, like if you talk English or Indian English, I'll say emphasize on Indian English, the corpus is very less.
Right.
So I think even for AI, you have to increase the corpus. Once language corpus increase, word corpus increase, then it will be more better. Second thing, when you talked about, you want to reach to the rural area, you have to have the training also in the same language, right? And you have to tackle, because when you talk about articulation can never be started word level. It have to be at phoneme level first.
So, like sir mentioned, we start with sounds. So we start with imitation with sounds, where we just start with just imitation with the mouth movement, better, but still, just explaining for everyone. So that is where, as sir mentioned, we have certain challenges with the phonemes, just when we say e, right? So those are the certain areas that we are still working on to get that 100% towards 100% accuracy.
But there is also one more observation. What we found is, with all other languages, the language picking by the AI is much better compared to English. So English, the phenomes, single words, we are having certain challenges. But comparatively, when we are using Telugu or Hindi or other languages, the words are being picked up by AI much better than compared to English.
The reason they are like Hindi, Telugu, they're transparent language. English is not a transparent language. That's the reason. The second thing what I want to suggest over here, because we are talking about speech and language, phoneme is the basic building for anything. If you're not able to tackle phoneme, word not going to help you out, because to phonological processing of the cognitive linguistic aspect, you have to have that.
100%.
So instead of only have a place of articulation, you focus on manner of articulation along with that.
Definitely.
Right.
Thank
We'll
you.
take into consideration. Thank you for your suggestion. We'll just see a quick demo of our platform.
I think you have one question.
Yeah. Can I have a question?
Please.
Ma'am, what are the indication and contraindication for this intervention?
Yeah, first contraindication what we found was the screen time being an issue for many parents, right? So there are two things to understand the screen time. First thing is there is a good screen time and a bad screen time. So we promote this program as a program to be done with parents. It is not done individually by the child by himself, first thing. So when we give a screen time to children, YouTube or anything, to learn, the child is just scrolling or doing something, and it's not a correct way of learning. So many children who come to me has a problem where they have learned the US accent of the English, and they are not able to communicate to their own parents. So that was the problem with the screen time exposure without having a supervision, and where we understood this process and we told the parents all the screen time which should be exposed is within 20 minutes to 30 minutes, and this program is a systematically, scientifically proven program to help the children. So we actually give the demo and we tell the parents to use it for 1 month, so that we know if there is an addiction kind of a thing coming up with the children. And it's not an individual program. The therapists who are having this program at their centers, or people who are having therapies for their children, they have to supervise that everything is going smoothly or not. So it is not just given to any random people without any supervision.
I would like to add one more point here. So, as sir mentioned, it is not a one-way communication like YouTube, it's a two-way communication where the child is doing some action or speech communication is going on and getting response from the system, so that it's just not any screen time, but it's also a added learning time for the child. And we always suggest parents and the therapist that it is supported by parents and it is used only for a minimum of 20 to 30 minutes based on the child's level.
No, means I wanted to know, like, is it useful for the high functioning autistic individuals, and particularly when they have the comorbidity with the ADHD and other behavioral issues? So how is it going to work with them as well?
With respect to behavioral issues, we are not targeting it in the platform as such. Here we are only focusing on the skill acquisition programs. What are the skills that the child or the individual needs to improve or work towards? The other behaviors, I think they need to be handled by the therapist individually, so that they can focus based on the function of the behavior, why that behavior happens, right? So that is why I mentioned that the physical therapy is a must. This is a augmenting therapy which will help the child to acquire the skills.
And you also mentioned like the changes are seen as an evidence.
Yes.
So how long these changes remain sustained or maintained? So do you have a data for that as well?
So the changes as in normal therapy, whenever there is a break of more than 15 days or 20 days when the child is not using, so that's where this app helps us. So what happens is when there is a break and child is able to continue from that break after coming back, we are seeing that most of the children are able to continue from where they have left. But in normal therapy, what we have seen is there is no therapy intervention given at home. So there is no intervention for 15 days. When they are coming back, they are actually regressing to an extent, small extent. So that extent can be avoided by using this app at home when there is no therapy at all. So that way it helps in not getting regress that much. So therapist role is almost important. It is not that we are removing any therapist outside. So therapists have their own role. This is just adding to the people who are not able to access or do at home. Right?
So generalization and maintenance of the skills need to be done on a regular basis at the therapy center as well as when we are using this app. Do we have any more questions, or can we?
Any more questions?
A very nice presentation, ma'am. Just a query. Is there any limitation of this app? Because as per my understanding, we all know that every child is unique.
Definitely.
So if we are using our app, and as I understand from the videos, we are using the same video for every child.
Yes.
So maybe if I take for example that eye contact, in our session sometimes we have seen a common procedure we are using to improving eye contact. Maybe 10 children are improving with that. Maybe one children need some other method. So in this app, what if somebody is not responding at all? Maybe 50 children are very good responding, but if one children is not responding to the videos at all.
Okay. Thank you for asking this question. I forgot to mention this in the presentation. So we have a flagging system. So one aspect is, before the flagging system I would like to mention is, if the child is not responding, as I mentioned earlier, in the animation games we have hand prompts so that the child understands, and we also have to understand this is a parent assisted activity. So we expect parents, and also we explain to parents that they have to guide the children to with maybe more prompts in the beginning and slowly fading off the prompts like we do in the one-on-one sessions. Another aspect, okay, let's come to a situation where the child is not responding like you mentioned. We have a flagging system. So after 14 days, if the child is at the same level from day 1 to day 14, or on a downward trend, we flag that to the therapist saying that, hey, there is, this child, so and so child is still in the same level. Please take a call on whether this learning objective is necessary for this child or not. Or maybe as I mentioned earlier, maybe the therapist can work outside the app, at the therapy center, this skill, and then come back again. Also, with respect to your question of the same videos, we have incorporated multiple models. Like if you have seen the, model one male person, we have multiple models which we are planning to involve, and multiple reinforcements. It's not only the confetti that comes. It's one time it's a confetti, one time it's just a clap sound, one time it is a yay, one time it's a good job. And also we have certain future plans that we would want to personalize, individualize according to the child, like you mentioned, right? Some children like it in a certain way. I may like balloons, somebody might like bubbles. So if the parent can incorporate that before the session starts, those kind of reinforcements can also be provided. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And one more thing, as you have mentioned that many languages you have translated, I just would like to know, this translation is by the professionals?
That translation is done by the HODs of certain regions we have picked up after screening a lot of process. So it is under process, not all languages are done, but it is under process, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And
We have a quick demo.
For the child to progress, the Cross Disability Early Intervention Center or CDEIC, the District Early Intervention Center or DEIC, the therapist or Anganwadi workers, and the parents should be enabled to provide the child's consistent therapy. Cognitive Botics augments CDEIC or DEIC or therapists or Anganwadi workers with the Autism Therapy Center application or ATC. Parents and the child with autism are supported by parent and child-facing modules of the application.
Hi! Let's imitate with fingers.
Do this. Do this.
If you do this action, it will give you confetti, and if you don't do this action, the confetti doesn't come.
Do this. Do this. this.
Hi! Let's learn to look.
As long as you see there is a confetti coming in, if I turn my head away, confetti is not coming.
So this confetti only comes when the child is looking at the screen. If the child doesn't look, it will not come. So here in the daily journal, what we see is there is a red dot on the top, right? So every day the parents have to fill in the red dot to disappear. So when the red dot is not there, the therapist at center will read what the parent has done the activity at home, and they'll know is the activity done properly or not. So and both the way parents as well as teacher can interact by the reports over here. So they don't have
नकल करना एक बहुत ही जरूरी लर्निंग स्किल है, क्योंकि उसकी मदद से बच्चे अपने आसपास
and the child name in the program itself, whatever the child name will be called upon whenever the program starts, it's individualized to that child's name only. So whatever the child name is registered with, the child's name will come whenever the program starts. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Few things definitely we need to understand as we are professional, and nobody can replace a good professional. But definitely in India, lack of or lacuna of professionals in many area. So definitely it will be helpful for stopgap arrangement where the patient or the child will not be able to get another live session. So definitely this type of AI will help. But certain limitations are there, definitely language barrier, and the other thing like behavior is not going to be assessed with this AI, and very much need of research. And as your app is mentioning that it is artificial intelligence for autism intervention. So of course autism, children with autism is having some benefit to support in AI, but like learning disability at early stage or adult autism, this may need to explore in other way. So lot of research and case study is required to apply on this particular application. And I hope that next seminar or next year conference you will do many more things. Thank you.
Studies. Thank you for your time. It's a privilege to be a part of this session.
Thank you, Cognitive Botics, for the wonderful session. Please stay back on the stage. We would like to felicitate you with some mementos. I would like to request Amrita ma'am to felicitate them. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arun Fernandez, who is the CEO of D-Learners, to present his paper on D-Learners online platform for identification and remedial intervention for children with SLD. D-Learners is a platform as a service PaaS-based organization that ensures timely screening, early identification and correct remediation of children with specific learning disabilities. D-Learners focuses on different learners, special education teachers and dyslexia community and the education ecosystem.
Morning. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'll start with a small activity. I want one volunteer for it with the mic. Someone from the crowd? One mic. Anyone? Very simple activity only. Volunteers, please. One person enough. Yeah, okay. And mic, yeah. So now you're a student in the classroom, and I'll show you a passage for you to read, and you should read it very clearly and loudly. Read.
The bottom line is...
You should focus, read correctly. Why are you not focusing?
Okay. The bottom line, it does exist.
You are playful. You need to concentrate. Concentrate and you will read.
No bitter with knife here, give it, yeah. So,
Now you will be able to read.
in fact, okay, the bottom line is that it does exist, no matter what name people give it, that is specific learning disability, etc. In fact, according to Sally Shewitz, 2003, its prevalence is actually 1 in 5 children, which is 20%.
Thank you so much. So the first time when you were not able to read, before going, when I was telling you that focus, read, what did you feel?
It was haphazard. In not making sense to what I have registered as language, I think I'll say.
Okay, thank you. So, but I did handle her very politely, but actually back in school it'll be worst. Why? Because the teachers would complain, why I'm not concentrating and so on. Why I say that is because I'm also one among them. I'm a dyslexic myself, and that is how I started D-Learners. So D-Learners, why is it? They are all different learners. So these people are the most misunderstood children. Why? Because we call them as an invisible disability they have. Because if I tell you that I have disability or I have dyslexia is when you understand, or else you don't. So that is where giving them intervention or making the parents or the ecosystem actually understand these children need help itself is a first big problem. Not problem, a challenge. So like that it is, so this kind of invisible disability having kids are all in the where? Medical setting, clinical setting, where are they? They are all in common schools, mostly. So it's about 1 in 5 children are having this problem, meaning it's about, in India, it's about 35 million children. And the major cause is stigma, parental denial, access and affordability. So why is access affordability a problem? So before I start playing this video, our title for today's session is Community Models for Rehabilitation. So for rehabilitation, the first thing is awareness. We need to make people aware. So in that way, we should start thinking newly, in new perspectives to how to create awareness. So in my perspective, This movie called Tare Zameen Par, how many people have seen it? All of you all have seen it. So I won't play this scene then. So the point is, this movie from Tare Zameen Par has actually created a huge level of awareness. So that is where we should also start thinking newer and creative ways of awareness building, rather than it's not only when they come to us they get to know what it is. It should be there always. In that way, I have another example for you to show. How many people have LinkedIn profiles? Yeah. So in LinkedIn profile today, there is a skill called dyslexic thinking, like marketing, management and all. There's a skill called dyslexic thinking. Do you know this person? Anyone? Richard Branson. Yeah.
I'm Richard Branson and I'm made by dyslexia. From today, you can join me in adding dyslexic thinking to the list of skills on your LinkedIn profile using your drop-down menu. In other fantastic news, dictionary.com have committed to add dyslexic thinking as an official term. My dyslexic thinking has helped me see solutions where I think others saw problems. It helped me to dream big and to innovate.
So basically, rehabilitation should be not in a clinical or a fixed setting. It should be everywhere. That is when it's scalable. So in that sense, if you can type D-learners today, you can actually find a lot of YouTube videos and a lot of YouTube channels covering about dyslexia and so on and all. That is actually one different form of making awareness available and accessible to all. That is one set of example I would give. So, before this slide, how many schools are there? Private schools are more or public school, government schools are more? How many people say private? So, how many people say government? So, yeah. So, the fact is, government schools are more. Why? Because the remotest villages also, schools, government is running for 30 students, 100 students and so on. Private schools are more in our perspective. Why? Because we do see it next to our locality. All that is what we think of. But actually government schools are more. And when in this government school, when a child is having dyslexia, who is not able to read and write, what will happen to the child? Will the child become an IAS officer or school dropout? I would funnily tell the child will become a big politician, big gunda, but they will not continue schooling. But because they are very talented people now. So why they are very talented even today, like Richard Branson is a dyslexic, Arun Fernandez is a dyslexic, like that. There are Henry Ford, who is the founder of Ford Motors, is dyslexic, who actually convened the whole idea of everyone can afford a car. And you have seen, how many people have seen Jurassic Park? Most of you are. So the director is dyslexic. So people who actually, Wright brothers are dyslexic. So that way, lot of solution providers, out of the box thinkers, dyslexic thinkers are actually have been having this difficulty or challenge, but that is not kind of restraining them to actually achieve. So where we are now then, so this 82% of government school children are having dyslexic children, what will be the next point for them? School dropping out, or they will be given intervention? Loudly. Yes, it's school dropout only. That is why a platform like this is there. We call ourselves as a SaaS platform, which is an assistive tech aggregator model, wherein we kind of, from screening of children in schools, from giving them identification and assessment, then assessment is now been validated by NIPED here. So that assessment can be facilitated in their own school, in their own premises, and not making them come to a fixed place. That is the whole logic of it. Why that is the real reason is, me being a dyslexic, I changed 7 different schools. Finally, I was sent to setting, now I'm 36, so 26 years before, I was sent to, the 8th place I was sent to it was a clinical setting called Kilpock Mental Hospital. Commonly, this center is also known as mental hospital only outside when you go to an auto wala and ask. So, someone coming here, what will be the psyche? For me, that time when I was 13 years, it was like, oh, finally, school changed, now mental only. So that was actually the psyche, that was actually the feeling when I was there. And for my dismay, the interaction with the clinical professionals was also a little not very acceptable. Why? Because they saw me from top to down, and the medical board of doctors, they were telling these kind of things and all you're misusing. I don't see any difficulty in your son. You should have concentrated in him reading in the fundamental stage itself. These kind of certificates cannot be given, and so on and all. Then finally I did get. But yeah, but now a lot of things have changed. So this is the whole thing, and how are we doing it? So we are doing it using online and offline. So then we created a checklist for both parents and teachers. And from there it goes to screening. Then there it comes to a point wherein the child is assessed by a teacher using a blended mode. I'll just show you that also. Then the intervention happens both in lab settings or it happens in their own houses. And with all these data, we are envisioning a model wherein we can have an AI-based intervention, self-learning intervention for these children. So the first aspect is the awareness creation. So awareness creation is what we call this model as a Kahoot model. So the particular school, they can thing, and once they kind of select the school, there will be a QR code. That QR code will direct them to a kind of a session wherein which is a teacher session which is having multiple languages also. Then there's a pre and post questionnaire with a set of questions of their actual knowledge on the aspect, and later is the post questionnaires is what they get after the awareness program. So this awareness program consists of 15 different common signs and symptoms of specific learning disability, and that comes as a video. And after that, everyone should get this all questions right, then only they get the certificate. If not, they don't. So this kind of awareness program is being conducted in more than 70 to 100 schools today. And then after which, the teacher adds the child into the system. So in their own classroom, if they find such symptoms and signs are there in their classroom with the children, the teacher adds them into their system saying that this particular class, I have these children and so on. So this kind of a logbook would actually give us the next step more easier. Why? Because involving the parent into the system. So there will be, after this teacher recommends the child for the program, we don't define the child as dyslexic now. We only kind of have, these are common questions. So like having difficulty in writing, reading, and all these things are very common, but we are actually collecting data. So now at this point we have not defined the child as dyslexic, but we are only screening the child to be at risk to be dyslexic. Then after which we kind of invite the parents to a point wherein this will be a very rush video, you just follow. So this is the first step you understood. And then the second step is the app-based thing. So this particular app is today can be downloaded in App Store and Play Store. In a day, we kind of get about 100 downloads on an average. So parents ask like this 15 questions would be again asked to the parents, and that questions will be answered. Then after that, there will be a module wherein the child plays some games. So there's about 17 metrics of academic achievement tests we do, and that particular thing is what now been, we have recently signed an MOU with NIPED, and we are going to validate the whole thing. And that would be India's first online assessment tool, what Ramsar was telling this morning. So this assessment screen is basically the teacher and the child, and various tests appear. this is vocabulary, and then there will be arithmetic, there will be auditory, then there will be multiple other things also. So about 17 different metrics. Then after which it goes to a point where they get a report, a 6-7 page report, which will not be generated type word to word, but it will be generated automatically, but the teacher should choose different modes to answers. Then this is a blended session where content is exposed to the child. Then this is an immersive session where the child is playing it in their own phones. The data is again captured. All this is a long session, so I'm just making it short for you all. And this is a live worksheet. The same topic is again reiterated in a live worksheet format, wherein they, in their own computers or phones, they can actually do.
I request to the presenter, please conclude within 10 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am. Then this live worksheets and physical worksheet. So this is the learning kit. So so this is the whole thing and how it works. So in government school, this is how it works. It's just 2-minute video only. So the awareness is happening in their schools. They get certificates. And the teacher says their views on how they learn it and all. So this is from Chhattisgarh, the teacher was. And through computers we kind of
technology based னு சொல்லுவோம். அதாவது ஒரு டெக்னாலஜி மூலமா மாணவர்களுக்கு இடையே உள்ள பாகுபாடு வந்து இனிஷியேட்டோட நோக்கம். அதுல எஸ்பெஷலா நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம்னா நம்ம கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல்ல அப்புறமா ரூரல் ஸ்கூல்ல சில்ட்ரனுக்கு இங்கிலீஷ் as a ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. ஸோ அவங்க வந்து நார்மலா வந்து அந்த இங்கிலீஷ் லாங்குவேஜ் தெரியாதனால அவங்க முன்னாடி போறதுல ஒரு டிஃபிஷியன்சி லர்னிங் பாத்ல எடுத்துட்டு
So this is how it works. So when institutions do not have computers and so on, we can kind of give them computers. And so this is supported by Microsoft today. So now this year we are panning up to another. Now we have worked in about 4 states last year. This year we are panning up to 8 more states. So just a small
this word board over here provides an opportunity to practice spellings in a fun and engaging manner. So here already on the board you see we have the blend stir and the R control R. Okay, so now you want to say let's practice the word start. The added ter.
So this in the platform, what actually happens that blended sound would also be heard to the child. So likewise, there are multiple aspects to it, and we call this as an aggregator. Why? Because it is not a platform by itself will not exist. It needs institutions, special educators and so on. This is more like making their life easier. Why? Because all this is recorded and their progress is also tracked, so they can be asynchronously look at the child's progress from any place. Like the teacher can sit in Hyderabad but teach in a very remote village using the online. So this is my PhD topic. What I believe when we want to kind of give intervention for the specific learning disability children, the content should be interesting. They should first hear, they should speak, they should comprehend, they should think about it, and then you give reading. The reading actually would be more familiar with them and they do read it well. So in that way, presently we have 3,700 students in our platform, and in multiple forms they have actually improved. So these are the levels, and our roadmap now is in 2028 we are looking at a platform wherein it is more self-learned for the child. Why? Because most of the parents are not having a computer, because the 100 downloads every day we have. Parents do not have computer, they don't only have phones. So in that way we need to give something to them, and people who can afford or can go to a school where there is a computer, we can also give a solution that way. So this is small. We are also having presence globally, and these are the 2 mods we can do, using a computer or using a smart board. And this is a small activity, and here you are talking about how awareness building can be more accessible using YouTube channels. So all of y'all are very skilled professionals, means all of y'all start an Instagram page or a YouTube channel to actually talk what is actually the right things for the parents. Why? Because today, this age group, whenever you want an answer, they Google or they YouTube. So in that way, I feel that is the first step we need to all do collectively, because that is the true community based approach. Thank you.
Now, open for the question answer session.
It was a wonderful, very lucid presentation, Dr. Fernandez. Congratulations. And one of my question is, like you said, that this will be the assessment will be done online. Is it?
Yeah.
Right. So, do we have the, like, being a professional, I fear that overdiagnosis, the cases of overdiagnosis will be there, because especially when we see our education system where children are not able to, like, when we make a differential diagnosis, being a clinician, lots of problem we face because the child has not learned properly because of our education system. So, are we taking care of that online in assessment so that we do not go with the overdiagnosis, and the focus should be on intervention rather than just getting the
exemptions.
You know, because most of the parents or even the teachers suggest in the school that the child is not performing, go and get the SLD
Exemption.
certificate, will give you the exemption.
Language exemption.
Yes, language exemptions also. So to help the child rather than, we are just looking for the benefits and the provisions which we are providing.
True.
So
And
how we are going to work for that?
the first thing is the concern, what you told is a very right concern, ma'am. But the point is about 0.5% only misuse it. Most of them don't use it itself. Why? Because they are all in the whoever in the metropolitan city, they know to get a exemption certificate. They know all these loopholes, or they know the route. But 82% of children are rural area school children. There the parents actually do not know anything about this, and they most likely to be school dropouts only. So in that sense, assessment online would be a very big opener for them. Why? Because we will find them whether the child is having such difficulty or not. To answer the question, the first part of the question, yes. We can't diagnose all children, it will be overdiagnosed. So there is a journey. That is, first the teacher identifies, we call them as at risk, not assessed. At risk to be SLD, then the parent also agrees to the same. Then this journey itself will filter a lot. Then after which, when we give 6 months and 6 months of as a intervention for them, an ESL child having English to be second language for them, that child will actually dissolve in the process itself. The child will actually capture the language better. But when you, after 6 months or 1 year also, the child's progress is very, very less. That is when we kind of do a proper assessment for the child. But the point here is, assessing more children is not the objective. Making assessment accessible to all children is the objective here. That is where NIPED is also working towards us.
As far as my concern, sometimes it is very important to address to the parent as well as teacher, because SLD is mostly identified by the teacher.
Exactly.
Right. But as madam said, that learning outcome is not only on the basis of neurological diversity. So sometimes other issues like comorbid condition, maybe family issues, maybe the child is the first generation. So all these should be taken care. And diagnosis of SLD should not be in hurry. It should not be, single time assessment. That 5 or 10 questions we will give to the child, and if the child is not able to do or sometimes misspell, so we can level them. So leveling is not our objective. We should not go with the leveling. Of course, as you said, that response to intervention is very, very important. So rather we are saying SLD, why not we are saying that learning difficulties or academic, backwardness or academic difficulties, so that without labeling we can, enhance to the or promote to the children for the, therapeutic intervention. I think this would help more than the labeling first, and then we will go for subject change and blah blah and so many things.
So here,
because we are in Delhi, we are facing lot of challenges, and I'm sure that NIPED is also facing lot of challenges. The child, we are clearly, seeing the child is having conduct disorder, some other psychiatric disorder, but the school is referring for the SLD certificate so that the subject change for the provision of other, extra time and something. Of course, this is the right. Even the child is having conduct disorder, even the child is having 5% difficulties. Our system should be made to provide to the benefit, provide to promote to the, child asset, rather than focusing on the limitation.
Exactly. So
here, these are the things which we, and I think
I just want to answer it here. That's why the platform is named as different learners. It is not named as dyslexic learners.
Yes.
So labeling is not the point. The point here is creating a solution, an intervention, an assessment accessible for them. But in the process, what would happen is identifying them as at risk or ESL or something as early as possible, without any labeling, as ma'am rightly told. That is the way forward for these children.
Any other question? Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Particularly to check the false positive by faking bad. So what precautions you are planning? And again, when it's going to be the assessments, are you going to use the existing test? You'll be incorporating existing test, or you will be developing new test, and how the steps will be taken to standardize that as well?
Exactly. So now it's like an audio launch. Now there is a lot of things we are doing. So now here we are actually, this online test is having 17 metrics. The same thing would also be the same children. The focus group would also be done an assessment with the paper pen model, Niman's battery. Both together we are doing, and it is a 2-year program which we have signed up for. So in the next 2 years, you will actually get all your answers cleared, and here the objective is not creating a test and which is fast tracking the whole process. The objective is to making a very accessible and valid test which is going to be the norm, and which is going to allow us to be accessing this kind of test to all kids in the rural and second tier, third tier cities also, without having any stigma attached to it, because they can actually be in their own school and get a proper valid assessment done. I feel that is the future. But today I can't answer all those things because it is in the cooking. Yeah.
Really amazed with this presentation, sir. Thank you. As a school special education teacher, I really appreciate you coming up with this. I have a question regarding with the points that ma'am had mentioned. So can this app be used for at-risk students as well? Because there was a point where you mentioned that you call students as at risk, right, before you diagnose. So can those students as well benefit from this, and they can access the lesson plan and everything? Or
yes.
Do they have to get diagnosed and then go to the...
No. As I mentioned, at risk 6 to 8 months they will be given intervention. Okay. And after which only we give them, make them a proper assessment done. So in that 6 to 8 months, at risk is basically ESL children having no exposure and English language exposure gap. Those things and all be filtered. Those kids would be filtered. Yeah. And we will only define or diagnose them after 6 to 8 months of intervention.
Okay, because the problem is when we suggest parents to go get diagnosis, right? That's when they are little apprehensive on going, and labeling and everything comes in the picture. But when we say at risk and just you can work on with these lesson plans and everything, extra sessions provided for them, I think that will
Yeah,
benefit.
that is the whole point. Because today, in a day, we are having doing at-risk assessment, 30 to 40 assessments we are doing today, and which means it is all happening in the house. Parents are open, but if only come to NIPMED, come to NIPED and all, I don't think so. People would come.
Exactly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Alvin Fernandez, for that eye-opening session. We would like to felicitate you for your presence and efforts here. I request Dr. Amrita Sahai to present the memento to sir.
Pursuing PhD, not finished PhD. Huh?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Shrishti Srivastava, CEO and founder of InfiHeal. InfiHeal is a digital mental health platform that offers personalized support to help people address mental health concerns. The platform includes an AI chatbot called Hilo that can perform initial assessments and provide self-care guidance. The chatbot can also connect users with helplines and therapists and provide resources based on individual needs. InfiHeal also offers other features such as peer-like support, podcasts, book suggestions, self-care cards, mood tracker, self-check feature, Pomodoro feature. InfiHeal's goal is to provide accessible, affordable, and high-quality mental health services worldwide. So now I'd like to call upon Ms. Shrishti to present her thoughts.
Thank you so much, everyone. I also have Archana with me. Archana is a senior psychologist. We'll just be taking a few minutes to set up our presentation.
You have in your system, in your laptop, you have in your laptop.
Can you connect the wire?
Anand, let's sell this. Mobile.
Pauses are very important in life, to think and reflect. So sometimes that pause is important. So let's have that reflection on the last two sessions.
Okay, so I think we'll just begin. How many people here know the term AI? They've heard of AI in some way. Can you raise your hands? Okay, so that's a good majority. How many people think that we can apply AI in healthcare or in mental health? Okay, so I see that 50% of people think that AI is relevant, but they have some reservations about utilization of AI in mental health care. And that's exactly what we wanted to address in this entire conversation. We have built essentially an AI companion for mental health care, and that's what we would like to talk about. So I myself have struggled with anxiety, and in my life I've actually went through several difficult times where I didn't have the support that I needed. I felt like as I mentioned, we don't really talk about our caregivers. There's a lot of stigma around it, and I felt like this is not my unique problem. This is a problem that is faced by over 150 million Indians that struggle with acute and chronic mental health conditions. So I figured that what if we had a anonymous solution where you don't have to say your name, where you don't have to share any of your identification, but you can still access mental health care. And we thought that what if, we added AI tools meaning that it can respond to us at any hour of the day, even at 3 a.m. where most of the time people actually need support. A lot of people actually need support. So with that, the idea of Studio was born. I have with me Archana. Archana is a senior psychologist at Institute of Psychiatry and Neurology.
So starting with this is the code of today's presentation. So initially I'll be talking about our company in a brief outline, and then in general what are the challenges that are there in mental health, and what is the solution that we have built to overcome those challenges. And I'll be discussing in detail about our features, and we'll also be showing a demo video of how our bot actually works. And we'll also be seeing how professionals, as professionals, be it psychologists, psychiatrists, other disability professionals, can make use of this app and send them the advantage of it. And finally, we'll see how much reliable is this AI to use in the field of mental health. So moving on, this is our product. As you can see, a cute image in the PPT. So this is our product, Studio, and the overall mission of our company is to make mental health accessible, affordable, and free of cost, and provide us to reach in a large scale. As we all know, in India, mental health is something people just shun away. Like people don't talk about it. Like as they talk about their physical health, people will probably say that probably they have diabetes or sugar, but then people may not open up about anxiety or depression or any other struggles they face as openly as the physical struggles. So to make it more accessible and affordable to people, we have built this chatbot where a user can anonymously talk to the bot, and they don't have to share their any of their demographics, but then discuss about their problems, and the bot will take them through the course of action. So that's the idea of this particular product. And so we are dedicated to build and reach in the mental health towards a large scale, even in rural areas where people have no awareness about mental health. So that's the basis on which we have built this app. And So yeah, when we look at the current landscape of mental health, we can see, like, as we discussed earlier, there's lack of awareness, and if at all a person is aware about their mental health, they don't know where to reach out or whom to reach out for their mental health support, right? So we have very less professionals. There is more demand for mental health, but then there is less of professionals that's available. And so even if they're available, like, it's very limited. So people can't, do a regular checkup, a check-in with their mental health. So they have to book a session, and then they'll have to wait for a particular period of time to go to the next session. So the wait time itself can be more triggering, and it can create a sense of uneasiness for the person. So in order to bridge all these gaps, there is one solution that we have built, that is our AI chatbot. And there's a research study that has pointed out that people with disability have more mental health issues than people who don't have disabilities. So you can imagine, like, how their life would be like. So they have, like, a lot of problems. Already there is a disability, and provided there is a mental health challenges that they're facing. Not only the person with disability, but also the person who's giving care, the caregivers, be it the teachers, parents, or the whoever supports them. Like, they face a lot of burnout and stress all throughout. So, but people don't discuss about, the stress or the burnout to other people. So what they do, like, they just, put it inside themselves and then repress their emotions. So in order to address all these gaps, they can instead talk to the chatbot, which can help them, navigate their emotions. And we can also see there is a lot of other stigmas that is attached around mental health. So for example, in a workplace or even in an educational setting, a person can't openly share about their struggles. They might feel like, okay, if I'm going to tell about my mental health struggles today, people might look down at me. People might not give me opportunities. So there's a lot of stigmas and discrimination attached around mental health. And there's also one thing called as therapist mismatch. Like, there are many ways in which a therapist and client may not align together. It could be because the gender is a different one, or it could be they're from a different ethnic background or race. So because of which, in order to build that rapport, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort from the client to build that rapport. So because of that, the client has to do a lot of therapist shopping in order to figure the right one. So this is another big challenge that is there in the mental health field. And the wait time, like I already mentioned, it's like if I take a first session today, it's not like immediately I'll get to go to my second session. I'll have to wait at least a week or two to go to my second session. And there is, like, lack of in-between support. So in that in-between time frame, I do not have anybody to talk to. Okay, I meet my therapist once in a week, but then in between those weeks, what do I do? Do I, like, sit with my problem? So again, so in order to find a solution to all these drawbacks, that's how we build this mental health chatbot. And we have categorized the problem areas into 4 different categories. So the first one is like a very general one. So all of us will definitely want to improve ourselves in various aspects. Professionally, personally, we want to improve our interpersonal communication, building a good relationship with others, communication styles, conflict resolution. So these are certain things that everybody will aspire to build, in ourselves. And the second category is issues. Like, a person might face issues in different aspects of life, be it in relationship, family, or parenting, workplace, or even spiritual issues, right? There could be dilemmas like, why if God is there, why this is happening to me? So people might have those kind of questions in their life as well. And the third category is disorders and disabilities. So people, like, with facing disorders may not even come out, like they may not even be diagnosed. So that's one major thing. And even if they're diagnosed, they're not given consistent support. So that's the third category. And finally, we have the red flag cases, which is the most severe, where people take their lives. So red flag cases, we focus on abuse, violence, and suicide. So these are the categories we focus under red flag. Now, what is the solution that we have built for all these problem areas is that for personality development, if a person wants to build their self-esteem or develop their own self, they can go through a short-term courses that we have built in our app. So they can take, it'll have like shorter sessions where it'll be very engaging, and it'll have like practical solutions that the person can do in order to improve their confidence, or it could be their self-esteem, or it could be a conflict resolution technique. So all these things are broken down into smaller chunks and given as a course to the user. And we have the self-help test. So where we have different personality tests in which the person can take to gather more insight about themselves. And finally, we have personality report. As in when the user is chatting with the bot, we have built a personality algorithm where the bot tries to understand what mindset the user is coming from. Are they very anxious oriented, or are they very very spontaneous in life? Things like that. So basic details of the user is collected by the bot, and accordingly we give solutions to the user. This is how the personality development is focused. And when we move to the second part, which is the issues in different domains. So for that, we have built a very dynamic venting model. Maybe you might have used certain chatbots where there's a very static response. No matter what you type in the chat box, it will give you a very default yes or no answer, or it's just a very robotic way of responding. But in our chatbot, we've made it very personalized, as in it's not just yes or no, but it'll take the user where they are. Right? If they're wanting to talk more about it, then bot will try to ask them a lot of questions, reflective questions, and try to understand the user from their perspective. So this is how we have built the dynamic venting model, by asking reflective questions, and then we give them deeper insights. So sometimes there are chances that the person might not be aware of certain things that they're doing. It could be because of their fears or unconscious motivations that they might be having. So once they are talking to the chatbot, and then the chatbot is trying to understand them from their perspective, it makes it very clear, and then the bot gives them certain insights and asks the user if this is something that could be happening. And if the user agrees to them, then they take it accordingly. And we also have a very tailored made solutions. So say, for example, a person is talking about how their parental figures had a lot of influence in their life. So we give them solutions that caters to their needs, not just giving random solutions or a general solution, but whatever is the course of discussion, based on that we give them solutions. And the third category is disorders and disabilities. So here we give them the platform for the user to vent and talk about what all they are going through. And we give them a basic psychoeducation. So our approach is a very holistic approach where we talk about biopsychosocial perspective. So it's not just one thing. It may not even be only genetic factor that might be contributing to their problem, but it could be multiple ways, multiple problems that could be contributing to their whatever they are going through. So we give them a different perspective and ask them to think in a very holistic way. So that's what we do in this particular disorder category. And again, the solutions are very tailor-made based on the disorder the user is discussing. And finally, the red flag cases, we have helpline numbers that we have in our bot, where the bot is made to recognize the threat. Like if the user says, I'm planning to kill myself or harm myself, something like related to self-harm or suicide, bot knows and it recognizes it as a threat, and then it directs them to the helpline numbers. So that's how we target those audience. And moving on, so how are we catering to the needs of disability? So when we talk about disability, there are two aspects to it. One is supporting the user with disability, and another is supporting the caregivers. It's very important. Most often, people with disability, at least to some extent, they have given some concession or some attention. But then the caregivers are the ones, mostly they are ignored. Their needs, their emotional needs are mostly ignored. So here we cater to both their needs. So when we're talking about users with disability, we have an app feature that helps the user convert their text to voice or voice to text option. If they have any difficulty in typing, if they have any difficulty with the language, then they can just talk to the bot. And we have regional language feature in our bot. If they're not comfortable with English, they can talk in any other languages that they're convenient with, and the bot can understand that language. So, and again, it's a very adaptive feature that we have. So based on where the user is, at what level the user is in, based on their cognitive level, so the bot takes them accordingly. And again, we have different classifications for disability, learning disability, intellectual disability. Under that, we have several classifications for which we have given a tailor-made solution. And the bot also can provide support to local community groups and other educational programs available in their area. So if the person suffering from particular disability, say for example, Fragile X syndrome, they go to the bot and say that I am living in this area. Do we have a community here that I can go to? If they ask the bot, then it will provide them what is the next step they can take.
So, when we talk about the caregivers, so again, the caregivers can use this as a platform to talk about their day-to-day struggles. They may not have anybody else around them with whom they can discuss about their struggles, right? So they can use this bot as a platform where they can talk about their own emotional process. And bot also provides them with a regular check-ins. We have journals and where the person can update regularly what they are feeling and then get back to it and then talk about it. So bot also makes sure that each of their feeling is addressed. It's not like we have tried to make it very humanly. If they're talking to the bot, say today, and they come back like next week, the bot, asks them questions where they have left. So today I'm saying to the bot that I'm feeling very depressed. And then I disappear for 1 week straight. And then come to the bot after 1 week. Bot doesn't treat me as a new person, but then it understands me where I am and then takes ahead in that direction. Yeah. So now we'll be looking at the demo of our product. Should I just? So this is our chatbot. So as you can see, we have different features. One is talking to the chatbot itself. And then we have self-care cards where you can just go and shuffle the cards and you can pick whatever self-care activity that you want to do, but you're not sure what to do. You can just go ask Hilo. And then the personality test that I was talking about. There are different personality tests that a user can take, which can give them a basic understanding of where they are and what they want to do. And then we have therapist matching, music, and the focus zone. We also have a community which is moderated by a team of experts. And I'll just give a demo of the chatbot.
Okay, so can you guys think of any specific query that you'd like to ask our bot? We've just written a generic, I'm feeling sad.
Anybody can ask anything, like whatever issues.
I'm anxious.
Okay.
Okay, digital addiction, okay.
How to work with examination.
So as you can see, it's responded with digital addiction can be really tough to deal with. It's like being constantly pulled into the screen and it can leave you feeling disconnected from the world around you. Can you tell me more about how this addiction has been affecting your life? Are there specific moments or activities that trigger it more? I think we can just say that it happens more at night. So as you can see, it's following a certain flow. It's trying to talk to you like typically a therapist would. It's trying to investigate more, understand the root cause of your problem. Got it. Nighttime can be particularly challenging, especially when everything gets quieter and it's easier to get lost in the digital world. Sometimes nighttime digital habits can stem from various factors like stress, loneliness, and even just the habit of unwinding after a long day. It might also be that blue light from your screens is affecting your sleep cycle, making it harder to put the device down. What do you think might be driving your nighttime screen use? Are there specific emotions or thoughts that come up? We can perhaps mention loneliness. So as you can see, it's matched you to a community. This has come up as an option, so you can find like-minded people because it senses that you're lonely. But also it responded with feeling lonely at night can make it tempting to turn to screens for comfort. The digital world can feel like a quick escape, but it often leaves us feeling more isolated in the long run. Is there a particular reason the loneliness feels more intense? Maybe it's the quiet or the lack of distractions.
Understanding this might help us find better ways to cope. What do you think would help you feel less lonely during those hours? Maybe we can brainstorm some ideas together. Ma'am, how would you want to respond to this? Anybody wants to respond to this query that has come up? I think we can write that, maybe I could take a hobby or something that'll keep me that'll make me feel less distracted. I think we misspelled hobby. Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, this basically came up with a plan for me. It basically gave me an entire plan. So it said taking up a hobby is a fantastic idea. Engaging in a hobby can provide a productive and enjoyable way to fill your time. It says identify a hobby, thinking of what might interest you. It suggests a few suggestions. It says set a routine. So you can choose reading and set aside a specific time frame for it. Create a cozy environment. Join a community. It already gave community recommendations. And it also gave an idea to keep a simple journal to track your progress. It suggested some books. It suggested The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern and The Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert. And it also recommended certain podcasts for this. So as you can see, it's fairly easy to use. Anybody can use it. And in case, if we are talking about something more severe like suicide, it connects you to a distress helpline that you can see. These are some of the emergency helpline numbers. Telemanas, Connecting Trust, Vanzewala Foundation. So it tries to cover all kinds of issues that might arise for a person who's undergoing any kind of mental health challenges.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How it is different from Google search?
Ma'am, this is far more personalized. So if I'm Google searching, right, I'll get at least 10 entries on the top page. I'll have to try and read all of it and then assimilate that information. This is getting it all together. And it's also asking you specific queries. So it's not just if I say I'm bored or if I'm spending a lot of time on my screen. Normally, Google will give you some generic advice. This is asking you more. Why? What is the root of it? Is it loneliness? Is it that you are distracting yourself? What's really happening? So it's specializing. It's specializing and it's making it more concrete.
So your app will help us to connect with the professionals?
It does, yes, ma'am. So we have therapists here, and as you can see, the domain area has been, it's easy to navigate. You have relationship, work, anxiety. So you have the specializations, you have the qualifications, and you can book a session now. So if you click on book now, there's a short form that makes you answer. So if I say no, it will take us. And so there's basically a flow and it will then connect you to a therapist.
Any age bar? For example, an adolescent can, use this app as for the fun or,
yes.
Something. So how your app will help us?
Yes, ma'am. So when it comes to any kind of sexual content, we have put a filter on age. So it asks age of consent, and under a certain age, all of that is hidden.
And what about the data storage management?
Ma'am, we have our own system where we are storing this, and it's anonymized. So it didn't ask us for login here. So even though I might have lot of information, I don't have a name to it. It could just be anybody, right? So, and even with that, we are still ensuring all the safeguards are in place so that the data is, secure.
For example, I'm giving a hypothetical situation. Maybe I'm 16 years old girl.
Yes.
And I have a boyfriend. I want to, disclose something, relationship here. And I don't want to disclose with my parent.
Yes.
But so how you will manage this ethical issues? Because
yes,
I'm less than 18.
Yes.
Parent has all kind of accessibility to access my data.
Yes.
And matter is related to mental health. So
yes,
without any professional help.
Yes.
So what are the ethical,
That's a very valid question, ma'am. So what we do is we have a consent form for minors. and they have to sign that consent form. We have to ensure that we are getting the requisite consent. And in this scenario, ma'am, because we are only an enabler, we are only a platform. So our responsibility is just ensuring that the person who's coming, they are just giving us the consent, and then they are going ahead with this. We don't necessarily interfere with how and what they may say to the parents. So there may be parental controls, but how it's an internal matter between them.
Because sometimes what happened, being a mental health professional, we face lot of issues. The parent is coming, the child, the daughter is coming or brought by the parent. We cannot, ask each and every questions in front of the parent. And
absolutely,
if we have a separate session with the child or with the parent separately.
Yes.
So we have manually, we have a, data storage system and whatever the things we need to explore with the parents. So, but here everything is transparent.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Not immediately, but after some times, the sufferer or the patient may have apprehension that I have shared everything.
Right.
And it may lead or it may create lot of anxiety and fear that I have shared and what will happen to me. So this is one of the challenging while using, AI. So
yes,
that was my concern, and definitely AI will help to
yes,
identify, to improve, or to first line
yes,
checking the assessment, not
advanced scale,
not every level, and not in the severe level of disorder like schizophrenic patient
yes,
is having post schizophrenic depression or suicidal tendency. So here that is a limitation of particular this.
Definitely,
that's
ma'am.
my so now
it's absolutely correct. So red flag cases go to the distress helpline. So that includes psychosis and schizophrenic patients. We don't even give them therapy right and there. I think the best course of action is to go connect to a distress helpline or to possibly visit the clinic.
And sometimes patient satisfaction is to contact with the therapist or the doctor.
Yes.
If you will not see the patient, properly, so they may feel dissatisfaction, and that leads lot of challenges.
Yes, ma'am. That is the
also.
best course of action would be to visit a therapist in person. The main problem is that we can't afford it. The majority of population, they can't afford therapy in a private setting.
Sir, not matter of affordability, because every state, every district has a
government hospital
now.
Yes.
But of course, stigma is one of the
yes,
challenges to contact with the mental health professional.
Yes,
Especially psychiatrists and clinical psychologists are most labeled professionals
yes,
that nobody willing to come, not willing, I mean not free to.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Contact.
Stigma is the main thing. We do, however, find that usually the option is that you go to a government clinic. So a lot of people don't want to do that. They would much rather go to a private practitioner. But in case of a private practitioner, there is an issue around the charges.
So in your dashboard, all the government hospital is added, or?
We have a database, ma'am, of the government hospitals. So we just connect them. We don't really do any kind of transaction with respect to that.
But
we just give them information.
You can give some awareness that
yes,
you can.
exactly.
Just like I will include last year, I think Dr. Shravan was with my team. And we have conducted such type of program in Smart India Hackathon, which was organized by Government of India, Education Department, I think. So the students were able to manage all these database management and how to connect with the online through AI. And it was a very wonderful app to screen ourselves with the mental health issues like slight depression is there, or not the severe kind of disorder, but definitely the second line they have a layers. First you can chat with
this, yeah.
Whatever the applications are there, and second time you can connect with the professional. So still they are working on it, and we have provided lot of suggestions in particular this thing. So
that's
I think
excellent.
it is in the same line.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So now I would like to take 2 to 3 questions. Yes, please.
Nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Observation I have. like in your first slide, you have mentioned the mission, accessibility, affordability.
Yes.
This is the mission of NMHP from 1982.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this is not a new mission at all.
Yes, ma'am.
And mental health is, there is a stigma in mental health, but now it is accessible from any remote rural area.
Yes.
Through DMHP.
Yes.
DMHP now available in any remote rural area. And coming to stigma, it is still there. But my 19 years of experience in mental health in government hospital, and currently I am in a government hospital in Delhi where we have Asia's largest OPD, around 3,000 per day. Trust me, 70 to 80% are from rural area. From Delhi we get patients when they need certificate.
Yes, ma'am.
Taking treatment from private, but certificate only government hospital can give. So people from city come when they need certificate.
Definitely.
Otherwise, on an average, 70 to 80% patients are from remotest rural area. And I have little limitations with apps because you don't know, after 50 years maybe AI will dominate us. Like before 30 or 40 years back, we never thought that everyone will carry a smartphone. But this is a time that COVID had taught us what is the online, everything can be online. And now we have free internets. But I have some reservations with this thing, your app. Okay, you can ask a bot. Maybe in a village, illiterate housewife, she learned to use a smartphone. But the way your app is answering, I think it is for a particular group of population. How many of the, if that app, bot is suggesting, rather you can read the night circus. How many of Indian population can read a night circus?
Ma'am, so to answer this, I think we'll try it in other languages. So it basically sees the context of the user and answers it. So maybe we can try something, I don't know, if somebody knows Telugu, we can attempt to ask something in Telugu.
No, you ask for age, gender, education, basic socio-demographic, you are...
Basic socio-demographic, age, ma'am, is anyways required for consent. So those filters are there. And if for specific things, like when you match to a therapist, then of course you need to get these details. Here, if I type my query in, let's say English, right? We can try typing something in English that नींद नहीं आ रही है, let's say, because that's so it will accordingly change it as per the user. I think we'll have to log in. So if we, so it basically will customize it based on the kind of person who's asking the question. That's what it works on.
Is there any way to verify if that, what Dr. Amrita madam was asking, verify the age? If I am 16 and I am pretend to be 25, is there any way to verify?
Ma'am, that cannot be the domain of applications, because that's true for social media as well. Anybody can fake their age. So how can we as individuals get inside that entire thing, right?
But when we are dealing with mental,
when we make it for schools, ma'am, there we can add additional controls like parental control. These things can be added for those settings. But if this is a general app, anybody can actually come here.
Anybody can have, but when you are dealing with mental health, it can be go to medical legal also, no?
Definitely, ma'am, definitely.
So there, but something should be there.
Some verification should be there. Age-based verification should be there. Okay, ma'am. We definitely incorporate that in the general app as well. So we are trying to
add that some precaution should be written over there.
Yes.
Because after getting more knowledge, the patient may be confused whether I am OCD or, because being a psychologist and being a student of psychologist, if you will read OCD, depression, anxiety, you will feel all symptoms.
Yes, ma'am.
To me, that is very, very, common.
Absolutely.
You ask any psychology student or the person who is, pursuing psychology. So the layman, for the lay person who is not, very much aware about the concept of depression or suicidal or OCD,
Yes,
so they
ma'am.
may confuse.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we don't give anybody
Precaution should be
clinical.
written that-
Sure, ma'am. We don't really, ma'am, talk about clinical conditions here at all. So, if somebody with OCD comes here, right, they will only get psychoeducation. It will not, and they already have a clinical diagnosis. We are not diagnosing anybody here. Diagnosis is best left
You
to
are
the professional.
giving clue to the patient. This is another
Ma-
way to confuse to the patient. Sometimes patient become very confused. They will come to your clinic with the diagnosis. I am having depression. जब आप उसके पूरे
Yes,
जाते
ma'am.
हो तो आप देखते हो he is not having depression, he is having something else.
Yes, ma'am, that happens. That's called the
sometimes-
people suspect that they have something. So somebody might suspect that they have depression. When they write that, let's say we get such a query, we match them to a therapist first. The therapist will look at them, they will give the diagnosis, and only after that we'll deal with them.
And very important that Mental Health Act is very important to understand to develop such type of app, that if we are giving some sort of insight or not, whether the patient is able to receive some intervention or not. So it is also important to, it is not just app. We
Yes,
are
ma'am.
provoking, we are supporting the patient, but simultaneously
We have to be
we are
careful.
provoking.
Yes.
So we should
Sure,
take care.
sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Ma'am,
Any other question?
we wanted to cover the ethics of it in detail and also what we have done regarding the research of this. But I think we don't have time and people have to have lunch as well. But what all I will, yes.
Just not any question, just suggestion.
Sure,
I think it's
sure.
a very good presentation from the InviHeal team.
Thank
so
you,
I think
sir.
it's cannot replace a therapist
Definitely
or a
not.
psychiatrist or
Yes.
a counselor. Just it's an add-on. But what Dr. Amrita madam was telling is the medical legal issues with the newly established Mental Health Act 2017.
Yes,
so
sir.
the age factor when you are giving certain kind of diagnosis, so they are particularly liable. Okay, no. So we are liable for that when we are claiming in some kind of things. And other thing is in your tool that you are referring to in a healthcare mental health care professional, whether that is a paid or free, what you are referring?
Sir, as of now, that option is paid. But when we are collaborating with, let's say CRC Ahmedabad or even NEPED, so there we will have a much different structure. In fact, we can add NEPED's own psychologist over here. And if NEPED is satisfied with the product, they can then roll it out and give this for like support, in between session support.
And other thing in your platform is, so first of all, I should know what condition I am having. Okay, no. So then you are having different like personality development or disability. So like
Yes.
any screening questionnaire should be added prior to referring to an.
Sir, it infers that. So AI is useful this way. So let's say I come here and I write I'm lonely, right? Yeah, I had a fight with my boss, right? So through questioning, and the question is not fixed. Like in normal we have form like 4 question, 5 question. With the beauty of AI is that it's dynamic. So it will
what
ask
I am
me-
telling is, suppose
Yes.
in depression you are having 20-25 symptoms.
Yes,
Okay, no?
sir.
So you should have certain set of screening questionnaire. So then I may know that I am having only depression. So then
Okay.
I can use the what recommendations from your app.
Okay, got it. Like a screening.
Yes, like anxiety.
Okay.
In anxiety, you are having 20 symptoms like fearfulness, palpitations, shortness of breath, heaviness,
right.
dryness of mouth. So we should see. Anxiety is a very common word, but I should know what symptoms I am having. Okay?
Definitely, sir. Definitely. So we have few, like we have the ADHD screening test. So we have a few tests here. Just open the ADHD one. So it's just a screening test. It says disclaimer: this test is to shed light on ADHD symptoms only, but it's not a substitute for professional evaluation. So basic screening test we have digitized and added here.
And other thing is the regional languages. So to reach unreached population or the remote areas, I think your app should be translated into all the majority.
Yes, sir.
regional
So that it does that. So it talks in Telugu and it talks in 93 languages. We were just trying to show that. In fact, let's just go over it quickly. Anybody has something in Telugu?
Excuse me,
Yes.
I would intervene in between. I'm really
Sure.
sorry for that. As we are running short of time, I appreciate your questions, ma'am, and the last question we can have. So I would request chairperson for the session to conclude the session, and we can, if you allow, we can take the last session because
Yes.
exact 2 o'clock will start up for the another session of breakup, and 3:30 we will be having a direct conversation with the WHO officer at 3:30 here. So we have to follow the strict timeline, please, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I've written.
We've typed something in Tamil.
Yeah. So I've written
We can take one question.
Absolutely, ma'am. So, as I said, there will be parental controls in those settings. This is a general app. We would want to add a verification system. But the moment we actually add any kind of verification system, what happens is that it becomes very hard to, get to the access part. Like a lot of us, actually don't want to even sign in. We see some article and it's asks us to sign in and we don't, right? So then initially we saw that a lot of people were dropping out at that stage itself. So to simplify it, we've kept it this way. But of course, your concern is absolutely valid. We will definitely try to add a verification system at the very least to ensure that these safeguards are, ensured.
Madam, I have a last question, madam. I'm sorry. I really appreciate the artificial intelligence into the mental health, madam. I would like to suggest, it is a suggestion, all apps or whatever the software you are designing for the mental health, either it is in public or disabled people or scholars or practicing or non-practicing counselors, vocational instructors or vocational counselors, health counselors or family counselors, it should be specified to the person only. By using this app should not be make him feel into the mental health problem. So my suggestion, developing this kind of artificial intelligent technology into the mental health always should supposed to knowing thyself.
Yes.
My intention to say is all such kind of apps or artificial intelligence technology while applying to releasing into the public, you should make this kind of application to know about the personality, about the self only.
Yes, sir.
So that they can modify, behavior change can come out.
Absolutely, sir. So that's the main use case. We can't diagnose, clinically in any way through this app. So it's largely designed as a psychoeducational and a self-help tool. You can think of it as a Google but better option, where the data is vetted by therapists. So all the data that went into making this is by clinical psychologists, psychiatrists, and counseling psychologists. So in that sense, it's more vetted. Yes.
Now we have to conclude,
Sure.
and because of shortage of time, if anybody want to discuss more, they may discuss during lunchtime. And again, I will congratulate and very well presented all three speaker. And of course, this is a new innovative in AI, but definitely it cannot replace the professional, and especially in mental health care, we cannot put our client for the what we call for the marketing purpose. We cannot deny that after certain period or after certain stage, we cannot say that it is the matter of social media or something. So definitely we have to take care of all these aspects, because many of the things are provoked by the half-cooked information. So we as a professional, this is our responsibility to take care of the mental health as well as ethics and the social responsibility. As this conference is related to the community model, so we can't throw our patient, and we can't leave the situation in between. So we have to compile all these things, and definitely they may take care. Thank you once again. Thank you for organizing. Because of time, we have to wind up for this session.
Thank you, Infiheel, for the wonderful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Now I would request Amrita ma'am to felicitate them with the memento.
Requesting everyone to please proceed into the auditorium. We will be starting with the paper presentation. If the people sitting over here can call the people that they have come with, or if there are institutes that are coming, you can do that as well, please. Paper presenters, please note, you have a time to present your paper for 12 minutes, and we will have 3 minutes for a questionnaire session. So please do stick to the time limit. Thank you. In disability rehabilitation, requesting Mr. Ravi Prakash Singh to please grace the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, post lunch, the first topic is private partnership model in disability rehabilitation. So, now I request Ravi Prakash Singh. Ravi Prakash Singh is none other than he is our officer in charge from RC Navy Mumbai, and he was associated with NIPID for more than 80 years. So, and he was working in Navy Mumbai Center, and he is officer in charge there, and he will be talking very briefly on this topic.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Today I am going to present on public-private partnership model in disability rehabilitation in the national conference. So nowadays we are talking a lot about PPP model. These are few keywords. So whenever we talk about disability, we know that the number of people with disability, Divyangjan, is quite high in the country. Even if we look at census 2011 data, it says that 2.21% people are having some other kind of disability. With current population, it is nearly 3 crore population. Then after, we have only NSSO 76 round survey, which says that percentage of disability is 2.11%. Which included all 21 category disability. However, we are hoping that after 21 category, this number will go up. Certainly, we need to cater such a big population, and this requires a lot of resources in terms of human resource, in terms of funds, in terms of other assets. So there we need the PPP model. So majority of the rehabilitation centers, we all know that still located in metros, and there is lack of service center in rural area or semi-urban areas like that. So the majority of the people with disability, still they are deprived from getting quality rehabilitation service, which we observe through our outreach programs in different northeast states also, where rehab services are not available like in other parts of the country. So there is a need for to accelerate these things and try to reach those who are still unreached, and that is where we need a different set of model. So when we talk about public-private partnership, like in other sector, it is a long-term arrangements by the government and the private sector, wherein private sector invests something and then get profit out of it through some other sources. But in disability sector, since it's a service sector, so profit is not likely to happen. So when we talk about PPP agreement between government institution and private party, in which private party performs as institutional function and or state property in terms of output specification and substantial project risk in terms of financial, technical, operational, is transferred to the private party, and private party is also benefited in terms of funds from the government side. When we talk about PPP model for PWDs and their rehabilitation, then definitely it is identified as a critical strategy for improving rehabilitation services for PWD and mitigating the rising cost of private rehabilitation therapy center that is already expensive and unsustainable, because if the clients are going to private service center, majority of the clients, specifically those who are from lower income group or lower middle income group, it is quite difficult for them to afford the high cost of the therapy. So we need some model through which we can reach such thing. So now Government of India has introduced the CSR, corporate social responsibility, under section 135 of Companies Act 2013, which made mandatory that all the corporate sector needs to spend minimum 2% of their profit on social sector. And it covers so many areas. It covers plantation, it covers healthcare and all. And disability rehabilitation is also one of the area which is covered under CSR activities. So this is one area where still we are not able to get enough funds, and we are constantly approaching to corporate sector to allocate more and more funds so that we can reach out to public with these kind of funds, looking at the scale of people who are in need. So there are different review of literature which is done. Along with that, the policies review also done, and it says that even the study done in South Africa, which says that PPP model is still very much in practice in high income countries, whereas low or low middle income countries still not much progress is done in this sector. Rationale of the study, as I said, ki prevalence is very high, and CSR fund open the new avenues for exploring the possibilities for promoting PPP model in disability sector. PPP model is having lot of capacities, but we need to explore more and more in this. When we talk about CSR activities in disability sector, as of now, as per the study of different papers and project reports, mainly the CSR activity in India is being done in terms of sensitization and awareness program, grassroots level workers sensitization or general public sensitization in the community, early intervention and identification programs, training and engagement of manpower. This is also one crucial area. Like day before yesterday, at my center, the Tata Group started dance and movement therapy sessions for our teachers, trainees, as well as our teachers, those who are teaching there and those who are engaged with children with special needs, and that is free of cost with Shamak Dawat Dance Group. So that these are the things where capacity building is also being done under CSR activities. Then skill development and employment is one major sector where we need lot of support, and DPWD already impanel training partners to escalate the skill development program throughout the country. But still lot of things needs to be done, especially in terms of employment. Distribution of aids and appliances to persons with disability, also done under CSR funds. Then education of children in terms of inclusive school models, special school, residential school or home-based education. There are different models where CSR funds help a lot. Then generation or creation of physical assets like land, building, labs and equipment. In the leadership of our director, sir, Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, sir, NIPIT is doing a lot in terms of getting more and more CSR fund in past 5 years, and in terms of asset creation, in terms of equipments which is required, and we can see now the result that we are having more facilities and more assets, and we are able to serve more number of people. Technological solutions are also required, which I'll talk later, and research and development. These are the key area where we require CSR fund, and there we can take support of corporate sector through PPP model. I'm just going to quote two major examples in which NIPIT Regional Center Navi Mumbai is directly involved. Number one is in the morning section. Our director sir has pointed out the mobile therapy bus model, which started from Noida center and now it has been expanded to Navi Mumbai and Kolkata centers also. Now this model, our Honorable Secretary sir has launched this bus last month only. And with this model in Mumbai, we are able to cater, we are able to reach out the communities, particularly in slum areas, or those who are not able to commute to our center, because in Mumbai, traveling from one corner to another corner takes 3 to 4 hours, and with a Divyang child, it is quite difficult. So now with fully equipped service setup along with the professionals, we are able to reach out those who are not able to reach to us. And our data says that the service we started only 4 months before, and our numbers are going rising every day in this. And based on the very good feedback from the community, we are going to introduce one more bus at our center, and we are trying to cover more and more pickup points so that more and more people with disability will get their services in their community itself. Along with that, now there is one ongoing project called Pay Attention Project. It is supported by Tata Powers under CSR, and all the technical support is given by Tata Powers, which is ongoing project. The MOU was signed between our institution and Tata Powers in February this year, and we are hoping that this platform will be launched within 2 to 3 months period of time, because we are in testing mode. And this is a platform where a person can screen the child, and if the child is at risk with autism, then they can contact the professional, they can take the therapy sessions, they can take the reading material and all. So these kind of technological support is being provided under this model by Tata Powers, and all the inputs which is required from special education is provided by NIPIT. So again, it is a joint project, and this is going to be launched very soon. So there are certain key challenges also observed in PPP model based on the review. That number one is that uniform allocation of funds under CSR for disability sector is not there. So certain companies are not interested in to invest in disability sector, because there are many other areas where CSR funds can be allocated. So it is not bounded for disability sector only. Then lack of qualified professional. If we are making some project, we know that rehab professionals are very less in number. Direct contact between service provider and beneficiaries, again this is a problem, and at times the companies, they are not able to reach out to the people with disability, and there is the role of NGOs as well as government institutions like NIPID, that we can work like a bridge and we can fill the gap. And the last is that lack of competencies in making project proposal, project report, audit report and all. This is also one key area, because most of the rehab professionals, they are not able to make a good project proposal which is going to be considered under CSR, and many projects proposals are rejected at a very initial stage of the committee scrutiny and all. So there we require a lot of expertise in that. So conclusion is that PPPD model is now a vital role in promotion and care of rehabilitation of services. Literature suggests that in India, a PPP model is gaining momentum in disability sector. More funds and projects are required under CSR activities, and professional competencies are very, very needed if we want to get good funds and good projects in CSR and under PPP model. These are few references, and this is the initiative by our ministry. In July, on July 24th, our ministry has signed 72 MOUs with different organizations, and out of that many of them are PPP project under CSR, and that is, it shows that our ministry is very much concerned on PPP model to promote community rehabilitation. With this, thank you very much for your patience listening. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ravi, for your enlightening presentation and explaining the importance of role of public and private organizations working particularly in the field of disability. So even for a government, there are budget constraints, particularly in the disability sector. So as like NIPID and many other organizations, national institutes and many from other ministries. So nowadays they are mainly focused on the CSR. So as a corporate social responsibility, we are getting many funds, and we are improving the services for PWDs. Like suppose in NIPID we got 10 crores for hydrotherapy. So now already the work is going on, like the mobile community rehabilitation services, what we are doing. So this donates the public-private partnerships combination works better for improving the quality of services and providing infrastructure, skill training, health and rehabilitation services. So any questions? Welcome.
In that mobile unit, mobile unit structure in the bus itself, you are providing everything, or you are taking another place there in the village?
We identified 10 to 12 stand points where bus will go minimum 2 times in a month. The bus is equipped with all the professionals, so the distance should be less than 25 or 30 kilometers from our center, so that travel time can be managed efficiently. In that way, the bus will go to different identified locations, and then along with the professionals, and there a community mobilizer is there from each community, who will coordinate with the beneficiaries and the professionals who are there in the bus. So in that way, it is his responsibility to get the people to the bus and take them back, and some stipend is given for that, some money is given for that to them. Whole project is funded by the Hans Foundation, and here Dr. Amrita Sahai Madam is there, who was our officer in charge at Noida Center, and she was the one who initiated the first bus service at Noida Center, and now the model is being replicated in Mumbai, Kolkata and other centers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravi. I would like to include Because 2 years back when we were preparing that project, it was, we were not able to imagine, actual scenario. But you will not believe that initially we started in Noida and Greater Noida, which is come under NCR. So the response from the community, it was a wonderful. And it was amazing for us as a professional that people were coming, parents were coming that, madam, हमारा एक बस यहाँ पे भी चलाइए, यहाँ पे भी रुकवाइए. And it helps the parent a lot. When the child is having, comorbid condition like the child is not able to go to, therapeutic intervention like physiotherapy and occupational therapy on daily basis, as per the, family structure or financial condition. But if they are able to get the, benefit twice in a month, it is, giving lot of changes in their life. And not only the child, but the parent themselves. Because sometimes due to financial hardship, they are not able to come to Noida to our center, which is in Noida itself, but they were not able to come. So, and of course, severe, profound and moderate level children with this level, they are not attending any school. And paucity of special education centers, and sometimes it is very costly affair for the parent. So it is, remarkable acceptance from the community, because you are providing, it's a free of cost. And initially we were, roaming that where we will, select the pickup points and all. But when we started, all the Barat Ghar and community hall, they offer us that you, take this place for the standpoint. So that was a wonderful experience, and definitely we need to include many more. We include to many more public and private partnership and actual community-based rehabilitation, especially for the disability. Initially, we are catering to the children with ID, cerebral palsy and developmental disorder. But now in Noida and other places, the patient of mental health issues like schizophrenia, depression, they are all also coming. And we have a facility to provide the drug therapy also, pharmacotherapy also. So that was the wonderful. And definitely you should follow the Facebook page of NIPID, so that you will be aware where we have a standpoint. And nearby, at least Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta, three centers we have the outreach program. Both, as per the requirement of the child. So sometimes the child is not able to come to the bus itself. The professional will go to their places. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amrita, for your valuable inputs. So because of time constraint, we'll go to the next presentation.
Yeah, before that, thank you, Ravi sir, for your informative presentation. We'd like to felicitate you, so I request Dr. Shravan sir to please felicitate Dr. Ravi. Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Mr. Rohit Shipra, Samhita Shrigiri, Pandurang M and H Sujana. On the paper, Enhancing Task Transitions and Hand-Eye Coordination in ASD with Bright Pick, an Efficacy Study. I request Mr. Rohit Shipra and Samhita Shrigiri to please grace the stage.
Yeah, we are coming to the next interesting paper. So this is something new. Even I want to see that. So what they are going to present. So I request Samhita Srigiri to present.
Thank you, sir.
also requesting all the presenters to just stick to the time limit. It's 12 minutes to speak and 3 minutes per questionnaire. Thank you.
So, very good afternoon to the dignitaries on and off the dais. I'm Samhita, a CSC undergrad from B.V. Raju Institute of Technology. I'm here to present my paper on enhancing task transition and hand-eye coordination in ASD with BrightPick, an efficacy study with traditional methods. So, BrightPick is basically a device which we have developed. It is an innovative interactive device which helps increasing the cognitive and motor skills. So this is a study comparing the traditional methods and the results with BrightPick. So this device operates in two modes. One enhances the hand-eye coordination through pattern conclusions by completing it in a time using the accuracy. And the second one is color identification using the LEDs, audio feedback and other features. So ASD basically involves challenges in social interaction, communication and motor skills. Improving hand-eye coordination is essential for independence and quality of life in children with ASD. So BrightPick is a new tool which helps improve hand-eye coordination in children with ASD using interactive, sensory-rich and play-based learning methods. So, a comparative study with traditional and innovative methods is that traditionally we have repetitive learnings suggested by our therapists, repetitive exercises, whereas an innovative tool helps the child to learn and interact using various elements. So, evaluating tools like BrightPick should consider the child's unique profile and compare it to the established methods, that is, repetitive learnings, repetitive exercises by the therapists. So we have researched and a few researchers already proved that innovative and interactive devices help the child learn better when compared to traditional methods. Tools like BrightPick use interactive elements for feedback. And it also gives motivation to the child to learn. So here we have taken a sample of 5 children with ASD aged 5 to 10 years. So these children are observed for 6 weeks with a session lasting 15 minutes. So the result is that BrightPick in 3 to 5, 5 to 7 and 7 to 10 years kids, it takes 3 to 4 weeks and 4 to 5 weeks in traditional methods. So you can see that it is clear that BrightPick, an innovative device like BrightPick, will help the child learn better when compared to traditional methods. The BrightPick is more effective. So the conclusion is that BrightPick interactive and sensory-rich elements likely boosted engagement and motivation, resulting better outcomes. The integrating technology and play into therapeutic interventions is suggested as a valuable approach for addressing motor skills defects in children with autism. So the limitation and future scope is that we have did this study on a small sample set of kids, like only 5 kids. Further, we want to increase the sample set, and like this study is a short study, so maybe a longer period of study might give more better results when compared to traditional methods. So these are the references that we have taken. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Samhita, for your presentation. Just I will ask 1 or 2 small questions. Okay, no? So, what is the cost of your device?
So, sir, basically in our college we have an idea lab. We have developed it in our lab only. So, we have not gone outside our lab.
Okay. What will be the cost? Suppose
it might be around 1200 to 1500.
1200 to 1500. So the results you are showing, what category of autism, whether it is mild, moderate or severe?
Mild, sir. Mild to
all
moderate.
cases are mild category.
Huh.
Okay. What is the difference you are seeing, which you are, that BrightPick when compared with the traditional methods? So
first thing is that they are more interactive, like they are, the LEDs, the sound, audio feedback is engaging the child to play more, use the device more. And the second thing is that they are learning in a faster way when compared to the traditional methods. Like it is taking 4 to 5 weeks using traditional methods, whereas...
You compared that data with this?
Yes, sir.
With what tools, with what kind of tools you have done assessment? What are the scores like that? Any comparison has been done?
Like traditional methods, we have considered only the exercises suggested by the therapist, and it is compared with our device.
Any questions from audience?
Ma'am,
Your picture, the device picture, if you can show, that will be most useful. They are asking. And other thing is, you are telling these flashlights and auditory. So generally, autism children, they have a lot of sensory issues. I don't know, but particularly that part, I don't know how you evaluated. So I think there is certain lacuna in your methodology and the results. So that needs to be little rectified.
Oh, sure, sir. I have it in my drive. Okay. Picture of the
Instrument
device.
you are having now?
No, not right. It is in my college, but I have the pictures, sir, in my drive. I'll share it with you, ma'am. Any other
Can
queries?
you help to show that? Go and help her, Rao.
Driving share here, right? Okay. We'll show it to you personally, sir. We'll share it personally, sir.
హలో గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ మేడం.
Good afternoon, sir.
మీ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ కొంచెం బాగా అర్థమవుతుంది, కానీ కొంచెం కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతున్నాను. మీరు ఏమనుకోకపోతే ఒక సెంటెన్స్లో ప్రజెంటేషన్ తెలుగులో కానీ హిందీలో కానీ చెప్పగలుగుతారా? సో దట్ అది నెక్స్ట్ మా ఆటిజం పిల్లలకి కానీ ఎంఆర్ చిల్డ్రన్స్కి ఎలా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది అనేది తెలుసుకుంటాం.
షూర్ సార్. సో మనం నార్మల్గా ఏజ్డి వాళ్ళు పిల్లలు థెరపిస్ట్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే వాళ్ళు కొన్ని ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ చెప్తారు, వాళ్ళ హ్యాండ్ మూమెంట్, టాస్క్ ట్రాన్సిషన్, ఒక టాస్క్ నుంచి ఇంకో టాస్క్కి వెళ్ళడానికి. అట్లా థెరపిస్ట్ వాళ్ళు సజెస్ట్ చేసే రిపిటేటివ్ ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ కాకుండా ఈ డివైస్ ఒక కంపారేటివ్ స్టడీ, ఆ ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ చేయడం వల్ల ఎన్ని వారాల్లో నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు, ఈ డివైస్ వాడడం వల్ల ఎన్ని వారాల్లో నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు అనేది స్టడీ. సో కంపేర్ చేస్తే రెండిటికి ఈ స్టడీ, లైక్ ఈ డివైస్ అనేది కొంచెం తొందరగా నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు, ఇంకొంచెం ఇంటరాక్టివ్ ఉన్నారు డివైస్తో అనేది మా స్టడీ.
So Samhita, in this kind of presentation, you should have shown your instrument to everyone, okay, no, and how to use it, okay, no, like many NGOs and many students are available here, so at least you should have shown some video and how you are using. So why means this is something new to everyone. That's why they are asking to repeat and asking. So
yes,
if you can add in your next presentations, that will be more easy for the audience to understand. Okay?
Sure, sir. We have.
What is how many children you have collected the data? The
five children, sir.
And 5 children is also very, very less.
Yes, sir.
So at least minimum 30 statistically significant you should have that sample, minimum 30 sample.
Yes, sir.
So you can interact with other audience, okay, no, in the meanwhile. So we'll go to the next presentation.
Thank you, Samhita. We would like to felicitate you for your efforts. So, sir, if you can please. Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Ms. Medha and Dr. Izaz on the paper Reintegration and Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities through Therapeutic Income Generation Program, a case study approach.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, all of you. This is Medha Devrukka. I am a rehabilitation psychologist, plus I am a freelancer psychologist. I provide the services to the hospital, school, colleges, and also industries. I am working with the Bandra Father Agnes Technical School and College.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Ejaz Sheikh. I am head of the department in Anna Sahib Aute Mahavidyalay, Manchar, which is run by one of the renowned institute, Ray Shikshan Sanstha Sathara. And we are glad to present our research work, that is reintegration and empowerment of persons with disabilities through therapeutic income generation program, a case study approach.
15% of our world population is affected by disability as per the data from the WHO, that is World Health Organization, in 2011. In India, 2.68 crore people were living with disabilities. Actually, disabled people are facing a lot of challenges because of the society perception. Because society perceives them, they are weak people, they are dependent, they cannot earn, they are unproductive. And those who are people living with disability, they are also facing the problem like rejection, discrimination and exclusion from the economic activities. Unemployment rate is higher in PWDs compared to the age and gender matched with the normal people. More than 99 lakhs PWDs were either unemployed or marginally employed. It means actually 35 to 40% PWDs are there, those who are unemployed, and actually this data is really more if we include ADHD, autism, and also those who are suffering from mental illnesses, learning problem, and slow learner. Government are taking initiative like free education and vocational education, outcome-based financial support or skill-based training, policies for reasonable accommodation at workplace, reservation in employment. But actually only government policies and government initiative will not actually work because it needs social support and community support also. See, it is everything is depend on the support and our perception. Here, three approaches are there. Three different approaches for empowerment through the employment. And these three approaches are supported employment, that is, we place the people and training is continue. Second is transition employment. It means we train the people and we place the people. And third approach is shelter workshop. It is in-house training. Actually, the difference is the first two approaches are competitive approaches. It means the people, those who are trained and placed, the people, those who are placed and trained, they are in the competitive environment. But here, in the third approach, that is shelter workshop, it is in-house training. It means they are providing training in more protected environment. So these three approaches are there.
Okay. So whatever the literature that we have reviewed has shown that majority of the rehabilitation program emphasize on the income generations, and they are being carried out in more comfortable environment, that is sheltered workshops, focusing more on generating the revenue out of the production and sale by carrying out the paper products or cloth-based products, and also using the ASHA workers, nurses, Anganwadi workers, family members and other volunteers as a trainer and implementing agencies. However, they forget that the success of the program is not only depend upon the implementation of the program or the design of the program. We need to see the other aspect which are the part of the personality of the persons with intellectual disabilities. That is the motivational factors which continue to fluctuate throughout their lifespan, and their health status as well. If we ignore that, then the sustainable employment will be the challenge, and because of that we need to consider another alternative, that is therapeutic income generation program, which can be defined as a combination of therapeutic activities along with the opportunities for the income generation, which are based on the abilities and interests and skills of persons with disabilities. Some of the benefits which are being reported in the earlier studies includes that this therapeutic income generation programs are effective because they are personalized in nature and they combine therapy, particularly when the motivation is fluctuating and they are withdrawing from, they are losing their interest in the work. So sustain that interest and motivation, the therapy works, along with the behavioral issues and health issues where the medical compliance is required. There also the interventions is working. Along with that, it is shown that these interventions are effective in increasing the sense of accomplishment, financial independence, promotes the personal growth because it's providing the training where the new skills can be acquired, existing skill can be sharps under the supervision of the faculties. It reduces the isolations by promoting the social interactions with the colleagues and the sense of community. Okay, community integration is promoted through the connections with the peers, mentors and other organizations, and the quality of life is expected to improve because there is a purposeful engagement with work-related activities.
The aim of the study is to explore the effectiveness of a TIGP, that is Therapeutic Income Generation Program, offered by the Urja School. Urja School is basically located in Mumbai, Kandivali. It is a counseling center, remedial counseling center for adults with the intellectual disability. The parameters are type of vocational training provided, number of TIGP offered, PWDs employed in supported and transient employment setup, other effort put to empower and to reintegrate PWDs into the community.
To test our goals, we have used the exploratory single case study design, where the selection of the school is driven by the convenience. It is nearby our location. So we have used the incidental sampling. Ethical issues which we consider while carrying out the study is like taking permissions from the participants and their caretakers, and the place where the studies were conducted. So the consent was obtained from the school authorities and the parents. Confidentiality of the data was assured, and the permission for using the data for the research was confirmed. If you see how we collected the data, we have used field study and naturalistic observation at the three intervention places, therapeutic income generation groups, that is UMART, U Stationery and TP Cafe, which is a collaborative initiative with the TP Cafe franchisee. We have conducted the semi-structured interviews with the founders, with the trainers and training supervisors at 2 vocational centers run by the school, workplace supervisors, PWIDs, those who are working in the different therapeutic settings, and their immediate caretakers. After analyzing the data, we found that they are using this model where after the schooling, formal schooling, they are enrolled for the vocational training, and from there you can see the 2 paths. One goes to the internship, another goes to the directly placement based on the acquired skills and their ability to perform the work under supervision. So in the internships, you see they are placing the people in their own supported environment and transient employment setup, like TP Cafe and U Stationery and U Shops. In placements, they have 4 options. They are placing their PWIDs, those who are being trained, into their own supported employment setups. Further, they have networkings with the private operators, those who are working as a placement officers. So they are helping them to get placed in the small business where the packaging work is done and they are paid based on their performance, along with home-based employment as well. Because in Mumbai, there are a lot of opportunities for the home-based employment for the persons with intellectual disability as well. You can see the people are also being occupied, they are taking role in the family business as well. Some personal contacts have been used to reintegrate them into the community by giving them the opportunity to perform in the entertainment industries as well. So some of these kids are being playing roles in upcoming movies as well, as we'll further discuss that. The model that they have adapted has 4 stages. In the first stage, the training needs of the trainees are assessed by the special educators and psychologists, basically using the method of observations and interviews. They also consider the factors like the severity of the disability, then the amount of supervision requires, their existing skills, interests and hobbies. The focus areas are 3, which is like employability skills, soft skills and travel related skills, because they wanted to make sure that these people can travel to the workplace independently like the normal people. So like buying a ticket or remembering the name of the railway stations, using the Google Pay for paying the bills and booking the Ola, Uber taxis to ensure that they will travel safely. So these things are being inculcated in them through the different training methodology which are listed here. But the specific training and methodology which is found to be effective is modeling and demonstration as reported by the trainers. Third stage, they try to actually place these people for the internship, which may range from 3 to 6 months at their own center or the center with whom they have the networks, and then they are being placed in the supportive and transient employment setups which are listed here.
So these are the pictures of U-Mart, which is located at Mumbai, Kandivali. So you can see how well organized it is. It's just like a D-Mart. So they are equivalent to D-Mart only. And here the PWDs are working. They are very much supportive, and they help customer to find out the products, and also they give the information like veg and with the help of a veg and non-veg symbol also. So which food is eggless, or which food is with the egg. Then also they do the cleanliness, then billing, scanning the product with the barcode. Here you can see she is an intern and they are the employee. And there is a supervisor. We can see here she is scanning the product for the billing purpose. Yes, she is scanning for the billing purpose. And they help for the packing bags, giving trolley. So they are working like this.
You can see that this program was started in 2021. It's run on a self-finance basis. It's a non-residential program following the model of train and place. You could see 3 adults with mild intellectual disabilities were employed in the age range of 25 to 45. They are working under the supervision, and they can perform the task as listed here, right from the stacking to the packaging and billing and recognizing the fake and right currencies as well. They are actually doing the calculations with and without the calculators. Some of the challenges they are listed by the store supervisor includes, like they have to compete with the other supermarkets, the footfall is less, the sale is less, and again they are also facing financial challenges as well to maintain this program.
This is the U stationery. This is located at a prime location where the school and colleges are there. Because U stationery, the aim is to providing the educational material, that is including pen, pencil, register, books, everything they are providing. And here also 2 people are working, and they are very much able to manage, like from cleaning to making the bills, then stapling, then maintaining the files, then maintaining the billing. And see, we can see here, he is writing something. What he is writing? He is writing the product which are sold out. So he is writing the price also, the name of the product also. And he is very able to calculate also here.
This is also a self-funded program, not receiving any sponsorships from the government. However, we could see that the 2 adults are working, employed. They are getting paid on a monthly basis in cash. So to see like how they can handle the financial transactions as well, we couldn't able to evaluate its outcome based on the income generation, because it's recently started process. It started in June 2024. This is the 3rd startup which is started along with the networking. Okay.
This is a TP Cafe, which is a franchisee collaborative with the TP Cafe. It is a franchisee, and here we can see these are actually the intern, and it is running with the normal people. We can see the first pic, the actual staff is there. In the first picture we can see the actual staff, and here the 2, one boy and one girl, they are intern. Basically their job is here now to take the order, to serve the order. And the other students, they come here on the weekends, that is on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. So here we could see that as an outcome, we could see it's a very good initiative of promoting the integrated employment by sensitizing the normal staff as well, like how they should collaborate with this special staff. So this is really helping the peoples to get integrated into community life. Other outcomes which are being reported as a theme coming out of the semi-structured interview that we have conducted with the PWIDs, which indicates that their self-acceptance is improved because they are feeling like they are more productive, they are earning money, they are becoming financially, at least partially independent, though they are reported that they are not happy with the salary that they are getting because their expectation is high. When they are seeing like the other people are earning more and comparatively their salary is less, still we could understand, here we could see this child, Harish, here in the second pic we could see, he's so involved with this shop, Umart, that he's reluctant to leave his house, means he preferred to stay here only, and he had left the other jobs and rejoined the Umart there. Okay. Some of the other themes coming out of the semi-structured interviews with the caretaker, which says that their wards is enjoying the social interactions that they are having at the workplace. Their doctor's visit has been reduced significantly. Perceived caretaker burden is also reported to be reduced. And they said there is an involvement of these people in the family business because most of these people are coming from the Gujarati community, those who are having small businesses. If we see how this school is trying to propagate their products and programs, the advertisement and marketing is done through the personal contacts and word of mouth along with the social media platforms, and they are sharing the information in support groups and the associations of people and parents with disabilities. Some of the efforts for the placement is also done where they are trying to ensure that their kids will be placed based on the personal contacts and along with the networking with the private placement officers as well. Revenue model is different than the existing models which are followed. Production and placement, here you see they are only selling the products. So revenue model is based on product sale because the product that they are selling is imperishable and still they are experiencing loss. So we need to think about it. Account and administration is managed by the regular staff of the office. Beneficiaries of these programs are limited because of the lack of funding. These are the pics of the community integration.
We can see here, this is a reality show of a dance, that is Dance Diwane. So our children are here. They called for the guest appearance, and here the Sitare Zami Pe. The picture is going to release on December. The boy will be there. There will be one scene which is a football playing. So if you remember, then please watch on December, that is Sitare Zami Pe. So he is playing the role.
Along with the Amir Khan.
Yes.
Along with the Amir Khan. It's not Tare Zameen Par, it's done. It's upcoming film that we are talking about. It will be released in December 2024, Sitare Zameen Par. Right? So it is some of the pics, and they are being trained before they are being involved into the training. So they got training. Some of the strength of these models which are being adopted by the schools are listed here. Like this supported and integrated employment could be really important for promoting the employment of persons with intellectual disability. It emphasized that if we need to sustain their employment and increase the retention rate of the employees, we need to incorporate the therapeutic efforts. We'll finish in a minute. Okay. Then again, it emphasized the role of networking so that we can sensitize the probable employees, identifying and creating an awareness amongst these probable employees in the important task. Again, some of the limitations that could be seen that these training content and trainers are not being qualified. Unfortunately, they are not being qualified. It's done. We'll be finishing in a minute. Okay. Training content supposed to be approved by the sector of skill counseling and PWD, then NCVT and National Occupational Standards, and the trainers supposed to be certified by the Skill Council of PWD. They are not taking the financial support from the government because they are having their own revenue models. They are charging fees from the school students. Based on that, they are doing the investment. All their investment in the infrastructure is on a rental basis, and they are managing the expenses from the fees only. Limitations of the study is like we have applied the non-probability sampling method, and the sample size is also less. So we want to assure you that though we found the effectiveness of this program, but we have still mentioned that the findings could not be generalized to the other settings because the sample is less. Some of the recommendations that we have is like we can involve the parents and the caretakers in the training. We can incorporate more sites, and we can also have long-term studies on such sites to see how the retention can be ensured, how these people are actually coping with the work-related challenge across their lifespan. Okay, so the longitudinal study could be carried out, and we can have more networkings with the people so that we can promote the employment. These are the references that we have used for our study. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you, Meda and Dr. Rizaz, for your enlightening presentation. And I personally appreciate the efforts from your organization, what you are doing for empowering persons with disabilities. So at NIPID also we are doing this vocational and skill training for a period of 6 months, and also we are identifying the children depending on the category and what are their capabilities. So, and we are giving in different traits. I think our vocational people are there, they can tell better than me, like horticulture, hospitality, different kind of modalities we are training them, and also we are employing them. But the some challenges are there are many dropouts. Okay,
Yes.
particularly when they get the employment very far. Suppose their house is at Secunderabad area, they are getting employment at Kukadpalli. So it's more than 10 kilometers, like where they cannot travel daily.
True.
So nowadays, our dial department, what they are doing is, so they are giving training and also they are giving employment in the nearby areas. So where they can travel by using the public transport or independently they can go and come back. And also what we are doing is, after going there and after employing them, even our team is going from dial department. Our vocational instructors, they are going and they are with the children for like first 1 week, 10 days or for a period of 1 month. So they are staying, and what are the challenges, limitations that the child is facing there. So they are also making them adjust to that kind of environment. So suddenly till many days they are working in one environment, and suddenly there will be an adjustment problem, particularly children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And also nowadays many parents, they are starting up their own own business or own entrepreneurship. Now we are seeing in NIPID there is a mother who runs a canteen and also tea, coffee, and so they are sustaining their life independent. And also you can see in that child earlier he is having a lot of behavior issues, hyperactivity. So now all the behavior symptoms has come down and his socialization has improved a lot.
Right,
So particularly
right.
I can introduce, I think now they are not there. So that was a very wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience?
U is actually a symbol for Urja. Means these initiatives are started by the Urja Special Schools, which caters 180 children with the special needs. So all initiatives for their kids. So right from their schooling to the placement, they have their models. And we would like to tell you, sir, we are not the representative of these schools. We are the outside researchers. So we have, they are kind enough to give us a permission to access their places, their records, so that we can use it for our presentations at this national platform. So we are thankful to the Mihir and Pooja, those who are looking after this setup. Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful presentation. Now, I would request Shravan sir to felicitate them with the memento.
हाँ.
Now I would like to welcome our next presenter, that is Rutra Kannan, who will be presenting the paper on the topic Developing Innovative Approaches in Community-Based Rehabilitation for Parents of Special Children. And I would like to remind all the other two presenters that you have the time for presenting, that is 12 minutes, and then you have the time for questioning, that is 3 minutes. So total 15 minutes you have. Please be aware of the time limit.
Your name? No, send to this.
Time they will arrange the presentation, I would request all the people who are doing paper presentation, please do not remove your papers. Make sure you get it ready. Poster presentation, sorry. So your poster presentation has to be ready, and judges will come in the evening and will do the judgment of that. Please do not remove your posters. If you have poster presentation, please make sure that your poster is placed properly. Thank you, everyone.
Very good evening to all. So my name is Rudra. So basically I'm a psychologist and I'm from Boxing University. I'm working there as a wellness program officer. So here I come up with a topic on developing innovative approaches in community-based rehabilitation for parents of special children. Why I have taken on parents means, many of the special kids parents are suffering more than a child, I think. So I just come up with that point. So I'm just giving an introduction about my study. So the rehabilitation plays a major role. Rehabilitation plays an important role among the special children and also with the parents. Why? Because in India's special children's parents are facing numerous challenges, numerous struggles in accessing the facilities and services in rehabilitation. So, and of course, they are experiencing a stigmatization, prejudice, and the social exclusions among the society. And also, many of the families, come up with the process of grieving with emotions. Like they are coming with if they feel like okay, they're having a special child, they come up with the confusion, guilt, shock. Why me? Why with my children? In such a way, they come up with the psychological problems. So I thought of taking this as my this as my paper, and my objective is to identify innovative approaches for improving the community-based rehabilitation and to assess the available services which influence the growth children with the special needs, and to incorporate the facilities which enhance the rehabilitation, and to know the strategies, techniques, and activities for special children. So the research methodology, I just take this topic as an overview. So about the innovative approaches can be adopted to update the rehabilitation services which can help the parents of special children as well as their involvement towards the treatment. And rehabilitation employs various methods to support parents of children with the special needs and improve accessibility. The implementation of these approaches in rehabilitation has significantly improved the support system for the parents of special children with needs, and these efforts have led to more effective treatment for children with with intellectual disabilities, allowing them to continuously benefit from rehabilitation services. Additionally, these initiatives are designed to alleviate the stress experienced by parents of children with special needs. So these are the techniques which I collected from the references. So the first one is strategies. In the strategies I have identified there are 4 strategies. One is nature-based strategies, and another one is personalized strategies, and the third one is collaborative strategies, and the fourth one is community strategies. In the nature-based strategies, there are many techniques can be utilized in the rehabilitation sectors. The first one is inclusive playgrounds. The playgrounds can help the children to get along with the other group members of a special kid as well as a normal kid, so that the child can develop little more effectively on the development area. And the second one is adaptive sports and recreation areas, which modifies the modifying the sports to include children with the special needs. We need to create some specific and special sports exclusively for the special kids. And the sensory friendly environments, creating a spaces that accommodate sensory sensitivities, and art based therapies, which is nothing but to cross check their emotional levels. And social skills group with supporting the social development through group activities for the children as well as for the families as well as for the parents. And recreation therapy, so using recreational activities to support development and leisure skills. And coming to the personalized strategies, parent to child support groups. So we supposed to have a parent child support groups to empower the parents to support the child's development. And the second one is family centered goal setting, which is nothing but collaborating with families to set personalized goals. And the peer mentoring programs, pairing children with trained peer mentors, and in-home therapy sessions, bringing therapy into the child's home. And collaborative strategies, interdisciplinary collaboration, which is nothing but we have to collaborate with the physiotherapist, occupational therapist, psychotherapist, and special educator. And by the way, there are whatever pediatrist. So there are so many professionals supposed to connect with the special child growth, so that we can expect better development in their in their growth. And the culturally sensitive approaches, tailoring interventions to meet the unique needs of diverse families, and nature-based interventions utilizing outdoor environments for therapy and support instead of utilizing the closed areas. And community strategies, community-based therapy sessions, bringing therapy into community settings so that people can see how other people are managing the special kids. By the way, also they'll get reliefs in some other way, and they'll get motivated to come up for the sessions. And community-based advocacy training to assess individual with the special needs, and community-based parent education, community-based support networks, and implementing tele-rehabilitation, which is utilizing technology for remote therapy sessions and also support the parents and as well as the children. And mobile health units, bringing rehabilitation services directly to the community. And there are government schemes for the special children. These are the schemes are not much aware about the parents, so that I just enlightened here. So the first one is the National Trust. It's an NGO for welfare persons with autism, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and multiple disabilities. Garunda is a group home and rehabilitation activities for disabled adults. And the third one is Nirmaya. So it's a unique health insurance scheme for persons with autism, cerebral palsy, and mental retardation and multiple disabilities. Vikas is a daycare center, so it's a scheme for persons with autism, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and multiple disabilities, which is above 10 years. Gayan Prabha is a scholarship scheme for special children. And the next one is Udayam Prabha, is a financial incentive scheme for special children. And Arunam is a marketing initiative for products made by the persons with disabilities. And there are some more concessions that people with families of special kids can offer from the government. So one is income tax concession. In that there are three things can be benefited from the government. The first one is under section 80U, the person with disabilities can get a deduction of rupees 75,000 is allowed per year. And in case of person with severe disabilities can get 80% of deductions, that is 1,25,000 is allowed from the government. And the third one is under section 80DD, deduction of 75,000, person with disabilities of 40%, and 1,50,000 is person with 80% disabilities. Maintenance including medical treatment of a treatment with a person with disabilities. And also they can avail for the travel concessions. The disabled persons eligible to 75% of discount on first and second class in the basic fare. And the hotel discounts also available for the special kids. So All India Tourism Development Corporation, that is ITDC, hotels in India offer 50% discount on room rent. Do not charge extra charges for the accompanying person also. And single room, they are giving 50% for the double room. For single room and for double room, they are charging 50%. And in addition, there is a 30% discount on food and also a collated menu. It could be necessary to carry a disability certificate to the hotel. And for the another schemes also available for the persons with the disabilities. The one is Integrated Child Development Services. That is one of the world's largest and most unique programs for early childhood development, which is initiated by the Ministry of Child and Women Empowerment on the year of 1975. And Spandan is the special performance award for contributing to the National Trust for Cognitive Disabilities. So these are the methods that I would like to incorporate into the rehabilitation services that can be develop the treatment towards the parents and as well as for the children. Now coming with the conclusion, so the goal of the rehabilitation is to foster physical and psychological development in special children needs. But rapidly in a changing world, we are into develop the therapies and as well as the techniques in our fields, especially in the rehabilitation field, because we should also explore various technological methods to improve support systems for treating special children. And we also need to maintain a record database of the children with the special needs, so that we can identify and clarify the students, the children, whether they are taking the treatment properly or not. We supposed to monitor the things so that we can expect the better rehabilitation that they can offer it. They can get available from the government, from the services. And also we need to provide various services to the families on one-on-one training sessions, one-on-one counseling sessions, and community-based rehabilitation monitoring, so that we can also reduce the stresses of the parents. This will also help them to continue the rehabilitation services towards the children as well as for the good community growth. And this is all that I would like to share from here. And it's responsibility of taking care of everyone, each other. So that's the thing. I just end up with the presentation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Rutra, for your wonderful presentation and also for enlightening on us innovative approaches in community-based rehabilitation for parents of children with special needs. So as it suits our conference theme, okay, yes, that the community-based rehabilitation.
Yes, sir.
And also I think you can add the support groups, the parents, okay, those who are already having any children with disability, and the support groups also you can include.
Sure,
so that will be one of the thing that you can add in your presentations.
Okay,
the parent group and support groups for different kind of disabilities. So
Okay.
they can share their experience and also give an psychological and moral supports to other children. And also the technology also you can use. I think that you have presented in your presentation.
Yes, sir.
And also mobile apps for home-based services and virtual reality for the parents,
Yes, sir, yes,
for
sir.
the behavior issues. Okay. So thank you for your presentation. And any questions from the audience? So in your institute, you are following any models in this?
No, sir, I'm working there as a psychologist, sir. My role is not to provide any sessions.
But you are not, means the presentation what you have done, are you implementing any kind of models, what the work you are doing?
No, so previously I worked in a special education center, so there I used to do that, sir.
This.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rutra ma'am. That was a wonderful presentation. I would request Shravan sir to felicitate her with memento. Now I would like to welcome our next presenter, Dr. Rajkumar Thangewal, who is going to present the paper on the topic Enhancing Accessibility, Public Library Services for Persons with Intellectual Disabilities in the Digital Era.
I have shared to that NIP email ID. Yeah, it came.
I would like everybody to note one point. you have to sign your afternoon attendance. Once the presentation is over, you have to sign your afternoon attendance at the registration counter.
Very good evening to one and all gathered here. Myself, Dr. T. Rajkumar, working as a Chief Librarian at Watson University. So, I am not in the RCA professional, I am from library science background. So, special thanks to my friend Rudra to encourage me to present this topic. So, very good evening to one and all. Dignity on the dais and off the dais. So, I am going to present the topic is enhancing accessibility. Public library services for persons with disabilities in the digital era. So, public libraries play an important role in providing access to information, resources, facilities and services for all users. In this digital era, are increasingly recognizing the diverse needs of specially abled individuals and have developed a range of services to support their effective use of library resources. The following are the major objectives of the study: to evaluate how well library facilities accommodate individuals with various physical disabilities, to identify gaps and recommend improvements in library services for physically abled individuals, to investigate the availability and use of screen readers, braille materials and large print books for visually impaired patrons. So, the study employs a mixed method approach to provide a comprehensive analysis of assistive services for individuals with disabilities by integrating qualitative methods, and study aims to evaluate the effectiveness and current services, identify gaps and purpose recommendations for improvement. So, library services for different able persons. Here I have covered user having learning disabilities, blind users, partially blind users, deaf and deaf and physical disabilities, cognitively disabled persons. So, public libraries are dedicated to providing inclusive access through the range of assistive technologies and services designed to support individuals with disabilities. For visually impaired persons, library offers screen readers, magnification software, braille displays and braille printers. For hearing impairment, user benefits from hearing assistant devices such as hearing loops and FM systems and well combined materials. Libraries also provide a speech to text and text to speech software to assist those with speech mobility impairments. Adaptive keyboards and mouse are available for users with limited dexterity. In addition of these technology, libraries are personalized assistants. So, this is a open source DICE format. DICE is nothing but is a digital accessible information system which is developed by DICE consortium. These are the key features of DICE. Structured navigation. User can navigate by heading a page number, specific points, allowing for more books like reading experience. Synchronized text and audio. DICE books can synchronize text and human, narrated or synthetic speech, making it easier to follow along. Accessibility option. DICE support various input methods including keyboards, touch screen and braille displays accommodating different disabilities. DICE files can be played on a wide range of devices including dedicated DICE players, smartphones, tablets and computers. Here I have given some examples. So, this is a DICE reader. You can access the audio format, and from CD to we can easily play the sounds, and we can easily learn the subject from here. So, all the public libraries available. So, pipeline. So, it's a DICE pipeline is a open source software which is developed by DICE consortium. Here the key features are accessibility. There are pipeline transmission for migrating from one accessible format to another accessible format. The file format pipeline primarily focuses on EB3, DICE and PEF. It's accessible for Windows and Mac also. So, it's a very easy installation. The project is led to maintained by DICE consortium. Several member organizations are member here. So, this one more very good Bookshare application. So here we have more than 1.2 million titles, including 10,000 plus public domain books covering bestseller, classic, textbooks and professionals. So here user can access books in various formats suited their needs, including audio, braille, large print and dicey text. So features can like adjustable text size, background color, audio, braille and speech option enhance reliability to accessibility. Educational resources. Bookshare provides a wealth of educational materials, including textbooks, reference books. So it's a very user friendly. So it's available in Windows and Mac OS. So here it's an excellent app, provides speech and synthesis for dicey content. Multiple voice options are available, accent are available with varying tones, inflection and match different needs. User can adjust the speed, pitch and volume of the spoken text. So offer a range of languages including English, Spanish, French. It's available in Windows and Android. So next, text to speech tools. So this is the natural reader. User advanced text to speech technology to produce natural sounding system. So it offers a selection of voices, varying tones and gender, such as genders. We can access the female voice and we can access the male voice also. So different languages also available. We can easily convert text from various sources. So supporting reading text from Word documents, PDFs and other file formats. So also we can save as MP3 format and WAV file also. We can easily listen offline, no need to use of internet, we can easily access through offline. So this is the Curvature 3000. So convert white and text to spoken words. It is 8 users who have difficulty reading in comprehend text visually. Assistant those who have visual impairments or reading difficulties. So we can easily use this platform. It's everything is open source only. So this is blind users and partial blind users. Here we have a very good screen reader. So here we can use this screen reader. So screen reader can help to easily access the images and other text. We can increase the size. So everything. So these are the softwares: screen reader, Java's, FB reader, and Magnificent Software Pro also. So here typing teacher Bro. So here we can easily learn the typing skills. People who have blind, so they can easily learn typing. So here these are the very good features: real-time text to speech that reads aloud type text, and structured lesson and exercise for all skills level. So highlighting and color coding to indicate the correct and incorrect key presses. So Prisma also it will be very useful for low vision. Here we can easily keep our document like journals, books, whatever. So we automatically it scan and we can give the more. We can easily increase the size. So describe the range of magnification power offered by the Prisma. So optical quality of the device, including lens clarity, color correction and distraction free imaging, emphasizing the high quality magnification and clear imaging provided by the Prisma device. So Freedom Scientific Sara. So here we can use the book, the whole book automatically scan, and it will give the very good picture, and also it will give the sound. So person who have a low vision, they can easily use these readers from the public libraries. So the special service for deaf and dumb. This is a very good initiative from the our Indian Sign Language Interpreter. The information science language are displaying videos, information via text to some kind of sign languages. So we can easily learn from this website. So information through library accessible website. This is the Indian Sign Language Interpreter. So easy to read, text to pattern. Who were born deaf and become deaf before acquiring language, you can use this site. So these are some key features. So This study provides a comprehensive overview of services, facilities, tools, and technologies available in libraries to support users with disabilities. Additionally, it specially focuses on specific tools and technologies that are useful for different categories of disabilities. Implementing these tools will facilitate easier access to library resources for users with disabilities. It is recommended that public libraries proactively integrate these tools and technologies to better serve users with disabilities. Additionally, NGO specializing in rehabilitation are encouraged to collaborate with libraries and conduct regular awareness programs to ensure these services are widely recognized and effectively utilized. Such collaboration help libraries to address the diverse needs of individuals with disabilities and develop a range of services to support their effective use of library resources. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajkumar, for your wonderful presentation. And also you have given very detailed information. So how the accessibility for different kind of disabilities can be increased, particularly in these digital libraries.
Yes, sir.
So for your presentation, just I will add one or two things. So see, not only the digital contents, what I feel even the environment should be disabled friendly, like the barrier free ramps, walking,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and even the websites and the catalogs. So
Yes,
they
sir,
also
yes, sir.
should be the
In our library, we have implemented everything, sir. But other libraries.
so that is the one thing. So even for a disabled person to come first to the library,
yes,
first
yes,
you
yes,
should have an environment where he can enter to the library.
Yes,
okay, no. So all these measures, and you have given a wonderful presentation on different software, on the adaptive keyboards, okay, no, and also like text to speech,
Yes.
and also different types of the softwares for different kind of disabilities.
Yes, sir.
So any questions from the audience? Suggestions or any questions? Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Raj.
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. We would like to felicitate you, requesting Dr. Shravan Reddy, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Rajkumar. Thank you, sir. We will be now breaking out for tea, requesting everyone to be back by 3:45 p.m. for the keynote address by Dr. Mohammad Ashil. Please be back by 3:45 p.m. We can break for tea now. Back to the auditorium. Yes.
assistive technology, that's an artificial upper limit. So this is supposed to be happening in 1930. So which means that around 95 years earlier. So this is, we have an assistive device, we have a like a arm which can be used for work, an occupation like this requires a lot of physical strain, which is easily wearable. It's actually below, it's above elbow, so it's almost at the level of shoulder. So this, if you see, is detachable. Many equipments can be connected to it, and it can be even used for hammering, drilling, etc. Why I am showing this is that this happened in 1930s. So even after these much years, even after around a century, why are we not able to provide, take it to all the people who require this technology? So that comes to the history of disability, accessibility, and assistive technology. So if you have seen this building, at least in the photos.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to.
Maybe the last decade. But this is the Capitol building in the US.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think we can see your slides. Could you just check it from your side? It is stuck on the PPT. Yeah, now it is changed. Yes. Thank you.
So, is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It is. Yes.
So what are you seeing? Are you seeing a building?
A building. Yes. We're seeing a building.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the. Have you seen the video? Just to make sure.
I don't think so. No, sir. We didn't.
Oh, sorry.
It was stuck. It was completely stuck till now. Yes.
Okay. Sorry for that. So should I go back or should I continue?
Yeah, I think we can go back to the video, sir, but I'm not sure if it is visible. We can let you know. Yes.
Is the slide visible?
Currently, yes. The building is visible. Yes.
No, it's not the building.
Ah.
I have gone back to the back slide.
No, we can't. It's not changed, sir.
Now I am in the first opening slide. That's my name and the title. The second slide.
No,
What
sir.
are you seeing?
It's stuck on the building.
Oh, yes, stuck in the building.
Yes, yes.
Please come out of that. So how can we actually do that?
How have you shared this slide, sir? I believe you've done it only with the window.
I'll share it again.
Dr. Vasil, Ashil, sir, you just go in slide share again. Entire screen, go in entire screen. In the Google Meet, go on entire screen, share.
Oh, one second. I'll go back. I'll go back and stop sharing. Then okay. Then from here, I'll go for the entire screen. Okay. So, and now is it visible?
Now we can see the building.
Okay. Then sorry.
Yes, need for mainstreaming, that slide we have seen, sir.
One second. I'll share it again. So what are you seeing now?
Now we are seeing your presentation, sir. First slide, assistive technology and community models. Perfect, sir. Now we can see the full screen, sir.
Okay. Now are you seeing the second slide of demonstration?
Yes, demonstration of art. Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh,
Thank you so much. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. So this, I just run through this. This is a video which was supposed to be happening in 1930s. So around 95 years back. And this is a video of an artificial limb which actually can do many things which our modern artificial limbs, not modern, the usual artificial limbs what we have now cannot do. So that can be used for doing heavy duty jobs, that can be used for, that's easily wearable, that can be, something can be attached to that, many things can be attached to that, and it can be used for drilling, it can be used for hammering, it can be used for many things, and as per the attachment given to that. Why I am showing this is because it's about 95 years old video, maybe, and now we don't have this technology usually used by many of our people who require this. Why is this gap actually boils down the question to the history of disability, rehabilitation, and assistive technology. So this building, the Capitol building in US, witnessed in 1990 one of the biggest revolution which actually changed the landscape of disability, inclusion, rehabilitation, and assistive technology. So it was in 1990, actually what we call as the biggest revolution in that was called the Capitol Fraud Hack. The US Congress was discussing on whether we require an Americans with Disabilities Act. That is specifically mentioning about the provisions for persons with disabilities, whether that need to be passed by the parliament or not was being discussed at that time. And for influencing the decision of the people who are sitting in the Capitol building, the people with disability on wheelchair went to the footstairs of this building, and they crawled due to the steps, and what is famous called as Capitol Fraud. And this decision of doing that actually was captured by the media across the globe, and the government, due to many reasons, including this, signed the Americans with Disabilities Act 1990, which changed the landscape of entire world of people with disabilities across the world. So there's an interesting book on that that's called All the Way to the Top. I like that title very much because that's a story of the women who led this movement. The lady who led this is called Jennifer Keelan Shackles, and her story is a good book to read. It's a good suggestion to read. So, and even if after what happened, everything in the disability and assistive technology and rehabilitation has not happened overnight. And classical example is this one. That is what we call as the curb cuts. Curb cuts, you know that this is the curb cuts where in which you are actually connecting the footpath with the road. So this was not an easy thing to achieve. In 1960, a person called Ed Roberts, he had to fight for 10 years to change the Architect Barriers Act to get this small slide to the road. That was achieved through a revolution which was up to 10 years of fight. So things were not easy when it comes to taking something in the prototype model or something conceptually to the level of implementation. So everything in the books may be seeming very rosy, but implementing it may not be as easy as possible. So when you see the history of disability rehabilitation and assistive technology, I showed this to say that nothing actually works very easily. So when I said that what we had in 1930s, what the technology we had in 1930, that technology has not percolated to the people on the ground because there is a lot of barriers which we need to cover while we are actually dealing with assistive technology and actually planning to develop a community model for that. It's not that we don't have the technology, we have the technology which is 100 times better than what was there in 1930s. We have the technology which actually works on, which literally does not want our muscle, which is primarily depending upon nerves and nerve conduction, and also with the things which can work just by your thought. That's available. And we possibilities. But what we need, what the possibility of achieving what an assistive technology can achieve is that assistive technology may be the first step to education for a person with disability. For a person with deaf and blindness, only assistive technology can take them to the world of knowledge. It may be the first step out of poverty. It may be the first step into work and employment. It may be the first step towards inclusion and participation. And having said that, what makes, there are many things common between Stephen Hawking and our Mahatma Gandhi. Another interesting thing which is common among them is that both of them use the assistive technology of their time. While Mahatma Gandhi used the spectacles and the walking stick, Stephen Hawking used what we call as a speech synthesizer and an electronic wheelchair. So, we need to understand that the public health scenario is changing rapidly. And the communicable diseases are coming down. There are some spikes or something happens, like COVID-19 happened last 3 years back. So there can be spikes of communicable diseases, but if you see that century trend, the communicable diseases are coming down and the non-communicable diseases are coming up. And which also means that the road traffic accidents are coming. And both of them require what we know as these are chronic conditions and they require assistive devices and assistive technology. And of course, aging. Aging, the population is aging fast. And if in a population with around 72, with an average life expectancy more than 72, in a population where average life expectancy is more than 72, at least 8 years an average person spent in some form of functional impairment, which requires an assistive technology. Which means that 11.2% of anyone's life, they would require an assistive technology. An average person would require an assistive technology. So that's the importance of assistive technology, not just a device for person with disability. So, and I must say that this part of the presentation is not sponsored by Apple, because I'm showing about what we have in our mobiles. All the mobiles that we carry, especially the mobiles which came after 2021. The features of accessibility, there are many features of accessibility. One of the classical features of accessibility, one most accessible phone is iPhone, of course. I just want to show what are the features in that, but we may not be knowing what are the assistive technology features in that, what are the accessibility features in that. Are you seeing the video?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Open minded, swipe left. Describe condition. I have myself as the allocator. Myself is the male. Now take picture. Now take picture. Resource detected. Fact. Stage. Lord for X-ray.
that's just the accessibility features of a one phone. And what technology, what we use around that, around us, there are many accessibility features already incorporated to many of the daily activities, daily items we do. I'm not going to the details of that. So when it comes to assistive devices, the need for assistive devices is going to increase several folds by 2050. And the unmet need for assistive technology is very huge. And that depends upon what assistive devices we are looking at. If you are looking at hearing aid, the technology is the gap is so much. Then we are looking for assistive technology required for children with autism spectrum disorder, or a child with intellectual disability or cerebral palsy. The difference, the unmet need is huge. But when it comes to the unmet need of spectacles, the differences may not be so huge, but the quantity of items required is huge. So the need is something which is having so much of inequity, and the access is a big issue when it comes to people in need. So in some settings, only 3% of the people who require assistive technology has access to that. So we have done a work of how much assistive devices are required for each of the categories. This was done for this India. It is 80,000 crore is the market of assistive devices in India. Only the essential assistive devices. So what are the barriers of provision? Yeah, there are barriers of provision. People, products, provision, person, and policy. I'm not getting details of what the barriers. You are well aware of the barriers of provision of assistive technology. I'm not going to the details of that. But how do we approach? When the problem is multifaceted, the approach also needs to be multifaceted. We need to approach the policy, we need to approach at the product level, at the provision level, and also in the workforce, that is personnel. So when it comes to provision, that it is basically community models, we would be more into the provision. So WHO have a kind of priority assistive products, and for India there is NLEAP, that is National List of Assistive Products, which is already out there. So these are the minimum set of assistive products which we expect that everyone would be having. All the people with disability, and all the people who require that. All the people who require that, whether all the people with disability may not require that, but older people should be requiring that. People with chronic disease may be requiring that. So all the people who require an assistive device need to have an access to at least a set of assistive products, what we know as essential assistive products. But when we say of access, there are multiple things. We need to understand how many products will be covered, which all people will be covered, and what will be the payment level. You can actually think of providing the best wheelchair, but the best wheelchair may be costing you tens of lakhs. But at the same time, you may not actually decrease to the level that it compromises the quality. So what do you provide, whom do you provide, and how much do you provide is a question which comes always. There are multiple models of doing that, but what we require is that we need to understand that there will be paradigm shift in understanding what this disability is, or what assistive products is. Assistive products, as I say, is not just a product of disability, it's a product of functioning, which would be required for more than people with disability. And I must say that the people with disability requiring assistive products is a small subset of all people requiring assistive products, while person with older population may be the largest population which will be requiring assistive products. And it should be understood as an essential public good. So it should be provided at primary level, at the secondary level, tertiary level, and when it comes to primary level, we need to plan of the community models. When there is community models, what we need to understand that it should be circular model of provision of assistive devices, that it's not just a provision of assistive devices, there should be a circular economy, which means that if my assistive devices goes obsolete, there should be mechanism of taking it back and recycling it for recycling it for a newer product, or making sure that it is not wasted. So multiple things can be, multiple possibility can be there. So that was in that context that a national strategy framework for assistive technology was developed by NITI Aayog, is actually going to be released soon. So, and there are multiple publications in WHO which actually give understands of disability models, various disability provision work, various assistive technology provision models. So when we say about the community models, I must say before ending my slide, I must say that, as I said, it's not the gap is not not because of we don't have the product. The gap is not because we don't have the demand. We should meet the demand through various provision models. As I said, provision models, as shown in the earlier slide, can be a very systematic provision model in which there is a primary level, secondary level, tertiary level provision, and where the primary level includes the community-based provision of that, and the community-based provision again can be made with various models. For example, one of the models which I am trying out in one of the states is that there are women self-help groups which is functioning in the community. So we are trying to assist these women self-help groups, which is in hundreds of thousands, to assist them in making products which are essentially required for older persons, and also basic products for persons with disabilities. So if that model is worked out in the community, in the panchayat, there is a model for provision in which the women self-help group are making these products, and that products has a assured market within the population, within the community, and there is a win-win situation where economically the people who are selling it, that is women and self-help groups, are being supported by that. The people who are requiring that, they are also in the same community, they are also benefited by that, and the social requirement and the social capital of that locality actually builds a inclusive, resourceful society. So that's a model which is being worked out in some places, and there are several other models across the globe in which we understand that these models of community provisions of assistive technology is being worked out. So I'm not getting into the details of that. I'm just focusing on the mechanism of which and the broader framework of that. So there are multiple complications of that. The question would come is that it's not easy to do all these things in a single day. It is not easy to do all these things in one go. But it's not, we don't require that. Actually, when I said that compared to 1930s to what we have now, we need to understand one very important thing is that it's not easy, the transformation is not easy. But we have to pursue that. We have to, as an institute of excellence in the area, I expect that your institution would be actually leading the process of developing a track of getting these things done. I would say one analogy would be that if you know what is the F1 pit stop, that is Formula 1 pit stops. The Formula 1 pit stops, that is the car race Formula 1 pit stop. So that pit stops used to be the places where technology and human actions actually make things possible in a very few seconds. Because even 1 second lost, you would lose the race. So this is a blank screen of us. Obviously, it's just demonstrating the difference that has been brought by the technology, by the teamwork, and by the constant intelligence of my human endeavor. So it's a Formula 1 pit stop in 1950.
The pilot comes in for a pit stop. Time to refuel and change tires. Lubor himself changes the tires. Only 4 crew members, including the driver, are allowed to work on the car. It's the 10th time. Holland stays in his seat. Engines get away. Let's watch.
Here you can see they are changing the 2 tires in the front.
The tires are changed to black. A crewman polishes the windshield as Holland moves away just 67 seconds after he stops.
So just 67 seconds was the record in 1950. Then now the technology, the teamwork, everything evolved to the level within 2013 Melbourne. Here they are changing 4 wheels instead of 2. that last 50 years, from 1950 to here, is that we have mastered the art of teamwork and the technology, use of adequate technology. So what we have now, when it comes to assistive technology, we have the technology, we can actually make it what is required, the teamwork is required to build the systems. So with this, I end my presentation, and I know that it's being an online presentation is not, I'm really not a good fan of online presentation because it handicaps you very much. So, but still, I appreciate this opportunity. So, I end with this saying that what you see here is not just a need, it's an aspiration. And what you see is not just a wheelchair, it's a dream on wheels. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashil. That was truly an informative session enlightening us on assistive technology, its history and current context, and on community models. Thank you, sir, for being a part of our national conference. It would be a delight to host you here at NIPID in person as well, whenever time allows. So thank you, sir, for this session.
So is there any interaction in this, or?
Is there any question from the audience? Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammad Ashil, sir. We are very, very privileged to have you, and we missed your physical presence here. We would love to have you sometime if you get time to come to Hyderabad. We would love you to visit our institution, sir, and lots of things to learn from you, and how beautifully you are doing so many programs. And I was going through with your profile, which is highly impressive, and we would love to meet you, sir, in person. Thank you so much for sparing the time. I know you are busy and you are in Shillong and attending a very important meeting, sir. So we are looking forward to meet you, and it was a wonderful, wonderful session to listen to you, sir. Good evening, sir. So, wonderful day today, and we have reached to the end of the first day. I hope you all had a wonderful experience and get together with each other, knowing each other, all professionals. And so tomorrow, any feedback, anything you want to share? Anyone? I hope you had a tea. Yes, no? Oh, wonderful. Because your response was not coming, so I was wondering whether the energy, you have not taken the tea or something. Okay, so we are closing the day for today, and tomorrow we all are expecting you to come little early so that we can wind up early in the evening. By 9 o'clock we'll start the session, and tomorrow's session 9 o'clock. It is written 9:30 in your brochure or schedule. But I would request each and everyone to come by 9 o'clock so that we can go with the flow without any delay. So paper presentation will be there. There will be 3 parallel sessions starting the day. Breakout session 1 will be in auditorium, breakout session 2 in conference hall, and breakout session for 3 in mini conference hall. After that we'll have a tea break, and then there will be professional sessions by Dr. Amrita Sahai madam, Dr. Rudrani Chatterjee ma'am, Dr. Shatabdi Chakraborty madam. So they all are experts in the field for the past almost 2 decades. So don't miss that opportunity to be on time. And then after this professional sessions from 11:30 to 1 o'clock, we have lunch break, and then from 2 to 3:30 technical session 2 will be there, where we will have a presentation from Tata E-Sanidhya how beautifully they have developed this app to screen neurodevelopmental disorders as early as possible. Then we have a presentation from Suryodaya Trust, and then Changing Foundation. And around 3:30 we will have a tea break, and then after that valedictory function and certification distribution. So we have so much tomorrow, and I really wish that you come on time and we start on time, and it will be a wonderful learning experience. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. Looking forward for a learning session tomorrow. Any question, query or any feedback, you are most welcome to share.